Minutes. Yes. I'll wait for some of you guys to get in here. I didn't schedule this as usual. I just decided it was Saturday night. I haven't seen you guys, and there's tons of true crime and tons of things to talk about. Um, I chose not to be a part of every single last update when it came to the Idaho 4 because I'm not new here. I'm not new on the YouTube streets. So I know how this goes. I knew we were going to see a ton of misinformation, a lot of conspiracy theories, a lot of all of that stuff. So I've just chosen to not pertain, like not pertain, not participate in that. But I have been keeping up to date. Um, Side note, I'll get this out of the way. There's been a ton of changes in my life. So that's why you guys have not seen me. Um, New year, new job, new me, new life, new phone number. Who's this? Hi. So yeah. Not going into that. Hi, Jess. Jess, you know what? That's so weird that you would be the first person to say hi because have you found love? I have to know. If I look really dark on cam, it's on purpose. I just feel like it's late Saturday night, and so it's like the nighttime crowd. You know what I'm saying? Like my eyelashes look like they're like down on my cheek. Wow. Well, maybe they no, it's the shadow. But either way, either way, oh, I've missed you too, love. Really? Because I did see that in my reading for you. And I haven't forgot that. And for some really odd reason, today, literally, I was thinking about that and I was like, I wonder if Jess has found love yet. Because when I read your cards, which was quite some time ago, I saw that like happening for you, but I did not know if it did or not. So, um, but if you found a few love potentials, yay. But anyway, so true crime, you guys, holy crap, all of it, all of it. I just want to give a brief thing. My faith in News Nation has dropped. I'm sorry, I have to say that. Uh there's just been some really ridiculous things that I've watched, and I am just like face palming while I'm watching it. And I'm like, what the hell? What is this? You know, and then Alley Cats. For those of you that are in my Discord server, I got a new phone. I got a new phone. Oh, check out my like I like my screensaver. It changes colors and I like it. But so I got a new phone and I did if you guys have got new phones and you do the smart link, you can put your phone side by side and it'll transfer everything to your new phone from your old phone. Discord did not transfer over for me. So I can't access my own damn Discord server. So, but I really wanted to talk to Alley Cats because one of the last live streams that I did, Allie she sort of changed my whole way of thinking, honestly, which is kind of frightening because again, a lot of things have changed in my life and are changing as we speak. Major life changes. Um and it was bad. Um but with every end there is a beginning. So that's how I'm choosing to look at this. I needed time to figure out myself and figure out where I was going. So that's where I'm at. And I'm still figuring that out, but I have a really good idea at this point. Just side notes. I've talked a lot about going to school for criminal justice. I've talked a lot about going to school for behavioral science. And I've also talked about not getting my degree. So, my goal this year, 100% in the fall of 2023, I am going back to college. I am getting my degree, and I could not be happier about that. There's something about this year for me that is about me. And I haven't been able to say something like that in a very, very long time. Just with a significant other and my children, everything sort of it was about them. It's still about my children, but my children are old enough where they go to school. I have had a very, I don't even know how to describe this opportunity, but it's huge for me. And I'm going to be able to go back to school. So I'm so excited about that. And I can't wait to have that degree behind my name and then bring you guys better content with that degree behind my name. But so hey, I'm sorry. I'm going to try to read that. Joel Bullen, Southern Baptist. I have been a crying mess tonight. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I am so sorry to hear that. Listen, I've been a crying mess for the last month. So I feel you. Cream Puff, what's up, girl? Yes, Jess, I'm here. Cream Puff is saying, that's super. You'll be good at college. I love college. It won't be my first rodeo there. Um, please, not a nurse tonight. No, I'm not a nurse. I'm not a nurse. Listen, my interest is solely in criminal justice, behavioral science, psychology, critical thinking. Those are my areas. That's what I excel at. So Jess is saying, Jess, I'm so happy for you going back to school. Thank you. And amen. I got a promotion and this is my effing year. Let's run this shit. Yes, girl. Let's go. Like, I feel like that. Let's go. I have no time for relationships. I have no time for any of that. Like, it's for me, it's now or never. And I'll just show y'all. This is an infamous book for me, but the time is now. This book, okay, if I open this book for you guys, you would see tons and tons and tons of things about Dylan Rounds. There's things in that book that I still look back on and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I don't know how no one has been arrested in that case. But anyway, so yeah, it's just for me, it's now. The craziest things have happened to me in the month of January, where it was just like the universe was like, oh, you don't want to do this? You don't want to make this move? Well, guess what? Here's this, this, and this, and now you don't have a choice, and now you have to do this. So I feel like I really wasn't given a choice. I feel like it was just now. You're going to see this, you're going to acknowledge this, and you are going to go forth with this. So I've been through a shit ton of pain, more pain than I ever wished upon myself ever. Not that I ever wished pain upon myself, but it was tremendous. It's been a lot. It's truly been a lot. So yeah, I legit had people coming for me. Legitimately. For no damn reason. Willow's reading, and which if you guys haven't seen that, she does mini readings. I'm gonna shout her out again, but It's above and beyond ancestry readings. I've been subscribed to her for so long, but her readings are just fantastic. Um, she's eerily on point. But I she does these mini readings, for her subscribers. You want to pay $15, get a little mini reading. She does it. So I just benignly asked to hear from my aunt that just passed away last September. But what came out of that reading was not just a message from my aunt. It was the immediate future. And I've been dealing with that. And it's been tough. It has been a very difficult road. Probably the worst I've ever been down. So because I haven't been live, I've lost subscribers, which sucks. But I can't keep all the people happy all the time. Sometimes you really do have to take a step back and handle your own life and what is going on, and not be consumed with social media. And so that's what I've had to do for me. And that's what I did. So, but anyway, that's not to say that I have not kept up on true crime, just on my own, because I have. um, the Idaho 4 case. I have some gripes. Oh, and by the way, any of you that had my old phone number, I have a different number. So if you try to call the 302-505-0310, that's not my phone number anymore. Just letting you know. But anyway, I have some things with the Kohberger case. I'm going to go back several weeks. I love Jennifer Coffindoffer. Okay. I just want to make that clear. But I had an issue with her. First time, but I had an issue. I saw her, and I put this in my Discord group, and she literally praised Bryan Kohberger for evading police for as long as he did. I listened to it, and then I was like, okay, hold on. Like, is that really what I just heard? Okay, let me go back and re-listen. Okay, I gotta turn this light up because my eyelashes just look so damn weird. I'm sorry. But yeah, so I had to go back and re-look at that. Like, is that what she really said? That's what she really damn said. I was actually going to go live about that because I was really not happy with that. Like, why are we praising a potential quadruple murderer with how long he evaded police? Like, can someone explain that or nah? Because I just felt like that was really wrong and weird. But she did say that. She said it. I didn't say it. She said it. Either way, we all make missteps. But I didn't like that. I do not like still. I've been preaching about this since, the beginning of the Idaho 4 case. Please stop calling Bryan Kohberger smart. He is not smart. He is the epitome of not smart, in fact. Okay, I'm going to submit that to you fully. He is not intelligent. This person, again, I have taken criminal justice classes, critical thinking classes, psych classes, behavioral science classes. For this person and when I'm done dressing down Bryan Kohberger and any of his, fans that think he's so damn smart, we're moving on to Don Wells after this. But either way, so with Bryan, people that think that he's intelligent, This person was going for his doctorate in criminology. He didn't even last 3 months on the run. Excuse me. You are not smart. When you focus on forensics and you leave a knife sheath behind with a single strand of your forensics, do you know what that says to me? Just as a critically thinking person, this says to me that, and I've said this from the beginning, I fully think that he did that on purpose. I don't think that was a mistake. I think he left that behind as a taunting mechanism. A lot of serial killers and yada yada mass murderers just need this attention for all their little twisted fantasies. They love to mess with the media. They love to mess with the police. I believe that because there was no other blood DNA that was said to be found on this knife sheath, that he purposely left this behind. What are the odds that you are going to leave a knife sheath, for the love of God, of the knife you used, literally next to the victim, next to Madison's leg, with a single strand of your DNA on it? So, what I think he did, my theory, I think that he wiped that knife sheath so clean that he didn't think that there was going to be anything on it. And he was wrong, because he left a strand behind. And from what we know, there was nothing else on that knife sheath except his DNA. So I really do think that was a taunting thing from him to the police. Again, incredibly stupid, but he did it anyway, right? Because he had no record. Bryan Kohberger had no record. Even though he was allegedly a past heroin addict, which there's tons of proof for that. And I find that very interesting as well. The addiction. I want to speak on this for a minute, because there were people that, when that friend of his came out, and this was weeks ago, but the friend of his I think he worked with him, came out on the news, and he was like, yeah, I knew Bryan. And he was like, he was a really good guy. He's a really nice guy. And he definitely got high because I got high with him. And, now I'm a drug counselor, or whatever this guy was. There was all this praise in the comment section, praising this guy. Thank you for telling the truth. And congratulations on your sobriety and all this kind of thing. But he was the second person to first-handedly confirm that Bryan Kohberger had a heroin addiction in his high school years. I find that really interesting. If the visual snow thing is correct about him, with addiction, because there's so many unique things about this case, and I hate that from the victim standpoint and the victim's family standpoint. As a person that likes to study human brains, I find it fascinating. But for a person to commit a quadruple homicide and there be no essay of the victims, and this person was also allegedly a addict, very unique. All of those things together are extremely unique. But when you take Bryan Kohberger as a whole, and what we think we know, and I'm saying think because there are definitely a lot of things out there, but things are not fully confirmed. So the visual snow thing that he was talking about, um, you know, he talked about seeing things where it looked like he was looking at things through a heat wave or water, like it wasn't real. So it's entirely possible that his use of heroin was to feel. something, anything, high, good, anything. And I believe that about him. Hey, Allie. Ah, girl, I would love for you to call in. If you will call in, I'll put my new number up here because you make me think differently and you always give a different perspective and I so appreciate that. Anyway, but I've read people in the comment section of Bryan's former coworker and drug buddy. I've read a lot of people that said, after I got off of heroin or opiates, it took me a long time to feel anything. And, some people said it took them a couple years to feel anything, to feel joy, to feel happiness, to feel something, anything, really. So I wonder that with Bryan, was it was the heroin to feel? And after he became clean and, went to college and got degrees, all of that time, was he feeling nothing? Was he looking again for something to feel? But didn't want to go back to drugs because, well, that's a dead end. We all know that. But was there something about murdering that could be quiet and do it and feel some type of rush, excitement, joy, even? And nobody has to know. Allie, all about Idaho 4? Yeah, I'm talking about that. Just my thoughts on it. What's up, Salty? Yeah, I'm just talking about my thoughts on the addiction part of it because I find that really, really interesting. With a lot of people after again his friend coming out and saying, "Yes, I used heroin with him," yada yada yada. And with people in the comment section, a lot of addicts. I'm not an addict. So I've seen addiction very up close and personal, way more personal than I'd like to see it, but I have. But I can never quite fully understand it because I'm not an addict myself. So when I see people that were addicts commenting and saying, it's really hard after you become clean to just find joy in mundane things in life. You just sort of go through the motions. There's nothing there. You can't feel happiness. You can't feel really anything. You're just kind of in this purgatory of feeling, really. And I've wondered that about Bryan. And then I wondered with Bryan, with taking all of these criminology classes, again, psych, behavioral science, criminal justice, etc., etc., etc. If he did this, not only to understand himself, but to, yes, possibly plan out the quote unquote perfect murder and to see how all of that feels, because it's just my gut feeling, just my take on it, that I don't think Bryan just wanted to know what the killings were like. I think Bryan wanted to experience all of it. The killings, the aftermath of it, see what he could do in the courtroom. So when I see people on YouTube that are giving plausible defenses for him, I'm bothered. That bothers me very much for the victims' families. Because just reading what was in that probable cause affidavit and then in the other paperwork, I'm sorry. I'm going to say that if I were a juror on that case, just knowing what I know now, I'm probably going to vote to convict. So I think there's a big problem in our country. So what we have tried to do is to make our justice system foolproof, so to speak, where we have given a defendant so many rights that sometimes it's almost like they have more rights than the actual victims. And I could show examples of that. But yes, that's a thing. But the real problem is with the defense attorneys and what they've been allowed to do. Oh, is there sound glitches? Hi, Nicole. How are you? Hi, Grandma. Grandma, we're having sound glitches because I haven't showed that. Uh, but anyway, hang on. Give me a second. Let me just check that out and make sure we're not having like serious issues. Because if this is going to start chipmunking, I'm going to get really mad. Because I haven't been live in a minute and I don't want that. Yeah, you went silent but then came back. Okay. All right. So as long as we're not having chipmunky things and all of that stuff, then we should be good. Now I'm going to have to find my train of thought again of where I was. Give me a second. Just give me like a minute. 2 at the most. I just want to check this. Yeah. Okay. All right. It should be fine. Anyway, no chipmunks. Yes, Grandma, exactly. No chipmunk sound. But yeah, I really do think that Bryan Kohberger is looking for the full experience. And that sounds so twisted and dark and but we're talking about a twisted dark person. So and another thing, this is how Alley Katz made me think. Again, with my last live stream, or I think it was last or second to last or something. But Allie sort of had an epiphany. And she was just like, what is this all for? Like, we can study these people and we can go to school and we can learn about them. But what is it for? Because it doesn't really prevent anything. And she's right. She's right. Because everything that we learn about these people, we are reactive and not proactive. And but that's the thing. These people are people like BTK. I'm going to bring him up because he is a convicted serial killer, so I can speak freely on that. But this man gave no indication whatsoever, even to profilers, that he was this way. So I don't know how much we can actually do to prevent these kinds of things, Al. Grandma is saying, what if Bryan is using this as his own social experiment? That's kind of exactly what I think he's doing. Um, it very much seems that way. From start to finish. Like I said, I think the killings were the exhilarating part for him. But I think it's almost equally exhilarating for him to navigate through the criminal justice system and to learn what or to apply what he's learned to try to get out of this. It does not help that we have people that are kind of aiding in that. Like, oh, this is a plausible explanation. Oh, let's attack Dylan. Let's do this. Let's do that. I find the attacking of Dylan disgusting. That's my opinion. If you have a different opinion, express it. That's fine. I'm not going to have you full out attack her in my chat. But if you have a different opinion, that's fine by me. I personally find it disgusting. Okay? But you guys know how I feel. Just because I have a platform and you guys are in the chat doesn't mean that my opinion is more than yours and yada yada. If I can have an opinion, so can you. You guys know how I am. But either way, kind of want to move on from the Idaho 4 because it's a whole bunch. And quite frankly, I just want to wait for the trial because there's so much speculation, so many rumors, so much disinformation, and the truth of it all is not a good truth, but it's just the truth. As much as we can dig into why Bryan Kohberger allegedly did this, no matter the answer, and I will repeat this over and over and over again, no matter the answer to why he did what he did, it will never be satisfactory to any of us. Because there's never a good reason to murder 4 people for no reason. You cannot make sense of the senseless. Again, I'll repeat this again. Sorry. Even if Bryan Kohberger decides to go a Chris Watts route and say, this is exactly why I did this. I have erectile dysfunction and I have stalking issues. I'm not really sure why. When I was 5, I liked to stalk squirrels, and that just turned into humans. And then I couldn't feel anything, and I had like this visual snow thing going on. So I turned to heroin, and then after that, that didn't really do it for me, and I didn't want to ruin my life, so I just decided to kill 4 people. None of us are going to say, oh, okay, that perfectly makes sense. We understand you now, Bryan. Nobody's going to say that except for other psychopaths that think the way he does. But none of us are going to say that. So people have to come to a peace with, you are never going to fully understand people like him. And I cannot say that enough. Dig and dig and dig and dig all you want. You cannot make sense of the senseless. So, let's move on to Mr. Don Wells, please. Anybody want to start out with Don Wells, or you guys want me to start? The camera's about to go back on for this one. Because, yeah, I'm not too happy. Just gonna say it. Hang on a sec. I gotta mute and just give me 2 Coming in hot tonight, Allie. So you've been watching a lot of Jim Terry. That's a Jim Terry statement, Al. You know that's how he talks. Coming in hot tonight. Where's my cash apps? Where's my cash apps, people? Where's my Venmos? Where's all of this? I'm not here for free. Do you want me to imitate Jim or no? I can. But either way, can we start talking about Don Wells? Because yes, grandma. So I think that we have all seen Dolly Vision's thing on the Wellses. I'm going to say this, okay? I hate when people say, I've been watching that case since day one, but I've been watching Summer's case since day one. Okay, I really have. And many of us have. Bullhorn Betty and her crew didn't come in for, I think, 6 months plus after Summer went missing. And then Dolly, I think, was even later than that. So I've been there. I've been to Tennessee. I have been to the Wellses Road. I've been to Ben Hill Road. I have been to the horse ponds. I've been to the grocery store that Candace went that day. I've been to all these places. All right. I have not forgotten. I watched Dolly. Not the whole thing. I just watched what he had to overall basically say, which was that their home was basically not dirty. He didn't have a bad experience with them, etc., etc. I believe him. If that was his experience, that was his experience. But Summer has almost been missing for 2 years. Okay? So the people that have been watching this from the beginning, raise your hand. I'm going to raise mine. I haven't forgotten at all. All of the I cannot wait. It's not going to be me because I don't have that kind of time. But I cannot wait until someone goes back and goes through all of those appearances on YouTube that Don Wells and Candace Wells did and makes them into a compilation and just plays it for people. Okay? Please do not forget, they do not have their 3 boys for a reason. It is not because Summer went missing. CPS, I call it CPS, which is Child Protective Services. It has different names in different states. DFS, Division of Family Services, whatever you want to call it. Okay. The people that come and snatch your babies when you're not doing the right thing. Those people. They those children. Okay, I hope that fixed that problem because I saw that I had no bars. So hopefully I don't have to edit anything out. But yeah, I have not forgotten that the Wells's boys were to be taken away even prior to Summer going missing. Okay. Grandma, I was showing no bars, so I just refreshed it so we could just skip that. And hopefully I don't have to edit too much after I upload this live stream. But yeah, I haven't forgotten. So you have to remember that there were 5 people at the house when Summer Wells went missing. That was Candace Wells. That was Grandma. Okay. Candace's mother. And then Summer's 3 brothers. 5 people. Candace says that Summer went missing from inside the home. The CART team, which is the Child Abduction Response Team, showed up. Summer was 5 years old. They're going to show up and they do an assessment of whether or not this was an abduction or not. They walked away from that and said this was not an abduction. If someone did not abduct Summer, that leaves us with 2 options. Her mother saying that she disappeared from inside the house while they were all there. Okay. So it leaves us with 2 options. Someone inside of that house did something to Summer, or Summer walked off by herself. Okay. Those are your 2 options. If she was not abducted. And the CART team said she was not abducted. Period. What are you to believe? That Summer wandered away by herself? Possibility. I believe that her brothers said that she was outside. I believe that the police have sort of said that she was outside. It's possible. Is it possible after all this time that her remains would not be found? I will say this. I've been there. I have seen the house. I have seen the terrain. I have seen all of that. And my first reaction when we started to come down the road and see Summer's house and I'm going to call it a mountain because it looks like a damn mountain, but it's steep. Anyone that tells you it's not steep is just lying. It is steep as hell, okay? That may be because I'm from Delaware and it's flat as it's flat as a board here. We don't have mountains and hills and things. But it looked pretty damn steep to me. Especially steep for a 5-year-old child to be running up and down, okay? So the first thing I thought of when we were coming down and I looked over and saw it, and I was like, there's absolutely no way that somebody abducted her. And then I thought, if she had run off on her own, I would think with all of the search efforts that went on, there would have been something found, and there was nothing. But that terrain is crazy. Looking at it in person, there is 1,000,001 places that a child could be, especially a little 5-year-old girl of her stature and size could hide, could be. There were fallen tree stumps. There were just all kinds of crevices and things where she could possibly be. But when there's drugs involved, and there was in that household, usually foul play is right around the corner. It's of my belief that Summer did not wander off by herself. I don't believe that. I've never believed that. I think the people inside of that house know what happened to her. Yes, thank you, Grandma. I'm going to highlight that comment. Happy birthday to Summer, wherever she is. That's such a statement. Happy birthday. But is it really happy? Is it? She's been missing for a long time. Years. Years. And I remember when she first went missing, like constantly updating my phone and just looking for any information of where this child was. And we're years into this now. So while her birthday is happy birthday, it's not. It's not, because if it was happy, she would be at home with a loving family and people that love her. And that's not where she is. No one knows where she is. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, just like I don't believe that about Michael Vaughn. 5-year-old children do not just disappear from inside of their own homes, on top of a hill, on a desolate road where there's nothing around. So while I appreciate Dolly's interaction and I think he was genuine in what he was saying. I do believe that that was his take on them, his interaction with them. It doesn't change the fact that that okay. Let's talk about this for a minute. We're gonna have to go way far back here. Do you guys remember the very first interview with Don and Candace Wells on the news? I know you do. Candace looking high out of her mind. Don repeatedly referring to Summer in the past tense. We are talking, what was it, you guys? Refresh my memory. I want to say we were a week or two into Summer's disappearance, and they were doing this on a legitimate news station. And he was referring to Summer as if she was already dead. And he caught himself, acknowledged it. Oh, I'm sorry that I keep, saying past tense or whatever. Well, it's not whatever. It's not whatever at all. Because other parents that have lost their children, even when they have found out that their children are dead, still have trouble saying it that way. They still will refer to them as still being alive because their brains can't let them process that this has truly happened to their child. But Don Wells and his magical brain, within a couple of weeks of Summer missing, was already referring to her in a past tense. Don Wells and Candace Wells went on Dr. Phil. And when they left Dr. Phil's show, they went to Utah because Don was raised in Utah and Don was raised Mormon. And Don and Candace went up in some little hills that were special to Don. They put a stone out there for Summer, a memorial of sorts, again acknowledging that she was dead. This was all before this child was missing a year. How do you know she's dead? How do you know? How do you know? Not normal parent behavior. There has been nothing normal about the Wellses. And so when I see Don Wells doing what Don Wells does the best, which is manipulate, I'm not surprised. Again, it's been almost 2 years since Summer has been missing. So I'm sure they have done some type of upgrades to their house. They should have done that a long time ago. And maybe they wouldn't have lost their boys, but they did. So what Dolly saw was probably an improvement. Maybe Don did come out of jail and feel energetic and want to do some things. Candace doesn't have 4 children to look after anymore. So probably the house is better upkept. When you don't have 4 children running around, you can keep up with things a little bit better, right? So again, I'm not discounting what he saw or what he experienced, but it's a different time. And I'll never forget what it was like when Summer disappeared in the beginning and throughout most of that time. So if Don and Candace have improved themselves, good on them. You still can't talk to your boys. Your daughter is still missing. If you two have finally cleaned up your act, stop drinking all of the damn time, stop doing drugs, stop putting drugs before your children, kudos to you. But look at what it's cost you. Your daughter has not been found. Your 3 boys remain in foster care. They don't see you. It cost you all of that. So kudos to you for being clean. Like I said before, I'm not an addict, but I've had really up close personal experiences with addicts. I don't have the sympathy that a lot of people have, and I'm sorry, but I don't. And the reason that I don't is because addicts have hurt me severely, a lot. They've crushed me personally in many ways. And other addicts that I've seen have done the same to their families and their loved ones. And when they get clean, everyone says, "Oh, congratulations. We're so happy for you." What I would encourage people to do is not to do that. You don't get a cookie. You don't get a cookie for doing what you're supposed to do. Reach out to the family of those addicts. Reach out to them. Reach out to the children of those addicts and ask them if they are okay. Ask them if they need help because they do. I'm one of them. Alley cats. Shockingly, different than any parents I've ever seen. I was so sad to see them. The kids never had a chance. Yes, Allie, exactly. Jose is dead. And Jose Romano, for those of you that don't know about the Summer Wells case, I'm sure most of you, all of you listening know. But if you don't, Jose Romano was a person that lived with the Wellses prior to Summer going missing. And he was tracked down by a YouTuber, Justice for All, Roman. Sorry, Grandma. But he was tracked down by Justice for All. And Justice for All, Justin did an interview with him. There were a lot of mixed reactions to that interview. But Jose said that the house was disgusting. There were roaches, cup full of dog food. Sorry, I have to keep refreshing. I do have Allie's. She sent me a router, and I do have it plugged in, but we're still having stuff. So I just refreshed again, and hopefully that cures the problem. But yes, Jose Ramon. He lived with them prior to Summer going missing. He recalled a specific incident with one of the Wells's sons. He had to throw out a cup of dog food, just open the front door and literally chuck it out there because there was no like real steps or a porch or anything like that. And the dogs were all there and kind of feral dogs, if you will. But yeah, so Jose said, when the child would stick his hand into the bag of dog food, when he would pull the dog food out, his whole arm would be covered with roaches. That there were no bathroom doors or walls around the bathroom. It was just the tub and the toilet that was open for everyone to see. And then there's been other people that have said the same. After Summer went missing and after the boys were taken, we saw Don Wells put some of his carpentry use into work in his own darn house and actually build stairs. Because if you guys remember from Chris McDonough's video, whether you like him or not, that's up to you. I'm not going to debate that at this point because what I'm talking about is the video where he went inside of the house. So again, like or love Chris McDonough, up to you. The video speaks for itself. When he went down those stairs, it was horrendous. And if anyone would like to dispute that, feel free. Always open to other points of view. Nicole. Hi, Nicole. So Nicole is saying, so refreshing to hear someone say that. I have been hurt by a lot of addicts too. And everyone forgets about the sober people who felt every minute of the pain the addict caused. Yes, thank you for saying that. Every minute, every second. Because while that addict was high and not remembering what they were saying, the lies they were telling, the things they were doing, you're sober. And you're living every single second and every single minute of that horror. And I absolutely hate. And if you're a recovering addict, I'm sorry if I'm hurting your feelings, but I am telling the truth. As a person that has been destroyed 2 times over by addicts extremely close to me, please stop congratulating addicts. Stop it. Stop. If they get clean, good for you. Let's talk to the families. Let's ask their children. Let's ask their spouses. Let's ask their family members if they are okay, because we're not okay. We're not. We lived through all of that. And it's hell. And the worst part is the addict doesn't even remember most of it, which is a slap in the face. There is zero recognition for the people that were standing behind that addict and holding them together, pushing them to get help, pushing them to be better. There is zero recognition for those people. None. All the congratulations and kudos and yada, yada, yada goes to the person that finally decided just to do the right thing. Screw the people that were stolen from, hurt, lied to, manipulated. All of those, screw those people. Let's just congratulate the addict. Good job. You decided not to choose a substance over the people that truly love you. Good job. Good job. So happy for you. If I sound bitter, it's because I am. Grandma, getting sober is all great, but staying sober is to be congratulated. Actually, Grandma, I love you, but I'm still going to disagree with that. No, I don't think you get a cookie for doing the right thing. I don't. I don't. There's so much help out there for addicts, and they just turn away from it. They hurt the people they love. They hurt the people that look up to them. They hurt the people that rely on them. They hurt the people that just literally love them. So, no, I'm not giving you a congratulations, a cookie, a star for 6 months clean, 10 years clean, 25. I'm not doing any of that. I'm happy for you that you did the right thing. And I hope that you continue to treat your loved ones with the respect that they deserve. That's my message to recovering addicts. It's not about you. That's the problem with addicts, is that everyone makes them think it's all about them. It's not all about you. It's not. Sorry. It's not. Once you take on a significant other, once you have children, it is not all about you. No one else gets this pass. Neither should you. Do I think I'm being tough? Yes. And I've always been a firm believer with addicts with tough love because it's the only thing that works. When you give in to them, and I've done it, I've done this, it does nothing but enable them. That's all it does. I'm breathing fine, Grandma. More than fine, actually. I am speaking to you my truth. Grandma, they get all the attention when there is a wide swath of people behind them which were broken by them. Well, you couldn't have nailed that anymore if you tried. Those people behind them are called enablers. They want to help. Some of them had really good intentions. Some of them do love that addict very much, but they're not helping at all. At all. Again, I will just implore all 10 of you watching that if you know someone that is living with an addict, that has an addict parent, an addict child, don't congratulate that addict for getting clean or whatever. Check on those people. Those are the people holding that addict together. Those are the people that are keeping that addict alive, literally. I can't tell you how many times I've saved addicts in my life. Literally saved their lives. Literally saved their lives. Traumatic as hell for me. Traumatic. When you see a person that you love literally die in front of you, and the only thing that you can do is call 911 and hope that they get there in time. And you're sober and you're watching all of this. That trauma is real. extremely real. And when that addict comes out of that high and they don't appreciate it at all, they don't appreciate that. They just want to keep going like nothing happens. And you're still trying to process that you watched this person die. That's real. I've been there. I've watched this happen. And I'm not over it. Grandma, Don Wells is definitely an addict, and so is Candace. Absolutely, they are. Let's not forget all of, and there were tons of them, and I know you guys remember this. I know you do. All of the times that Don and Candace were on live streams high out of their minds, even on news stations high out of their minds, Don getting literally trash drunk, drinking straight out of a bottle on a live stream on YouTube with Chris McDonough, Doug from Unknown Thanks Investigates, and Josh from the lab. And he decides in the middle of the night he has to go get cigarettes right then and there, drunk off of his ass. Or let's not forget the time that Don Wells was shooting up in the bathroom on a live stream. Anybody forget that one? Anyone? Because I didn't. Candace nodding out where people were literally concerned that she was overdosing in front of them on a live stream. I didn't forget that. Don hitting Candace on a live stream when he thought the camera was off and it wasn't. And her yelling out, "You dumbass, you just hit me." Everyone saw that. Even though we didn't see it, but we definitely heard it. Anybody forget that? Because I didn't. This was Summer's mom and dad. This was her parents. This was their 3 boys as parents. So again, I'm not discounting what Dolly Vision saw. I just remember all that we all saw from the beginning. And I'll just reiterate, there is not a fiber in my soul that believes for 2 seconds that their drug addiction, both of them, did not play a part in their daughter's disappearance. Whether that was as innocent as Candace being high out of her mind and Summer wandering off, or something far, far more nefarious. But I have always said, and you can go back to last year or the year before, I have always said that addiction was the centerpiece of Summer Wells' disappearance, and I will stand by that every second of every day. Grandma is saying they do not deserve the children they were blessed with. I will agree with you. I will agree with you. Because again, even if they've gotten it together somehow. I seen pictures of Candace in a hospital. I don't know why she's in a hospital. She has orange hair. It looks like carny hair to me. But whatever. I'm not here to make fun of her looks because, I'm not a supermodel or anything. But yeah, I saw her in the hospital bed. I don't know what's wrong with her. All I know is that her boys are not back and her daughter is still missing. That's what I know. And what I also know is that, Candace was given a platform. She had her own YouTube channel. But there was no talk of Summer. I remember when she went on Benny Keys' channel and he prohibited people from mentioning Summer's name. Please explain to me why the mother of a missing 5-year-old would be on any YouTube stream that prohibits the chat or anyone asking about their missing child. Why are you here? If any of you have ever watched Sister Wives, this is a side note. If you do, I'm going to repeat Christine Brown when she said, "What does the nanny do?" Poignant question. It pertains to Summer in the way of, why are you here? If you are not on YouTube, you had no YouTube anything prior. Why are you on YouTube again? On somebody's channel to not talk about your missing child? Yeah, explain that to me. Okay? So this is not a coming at Dolly. I'll say it for the umpteenth time. I believe his experience was genuine. Okay? That's what I believe. It just doesn't negate all of the other things that we know about the Welleses and what we've seen with the Welleses. At all. None of it. And I want to again say their 3 boys were not taken away because Summer went missing. Okay? I'll point out Michael Vaughn. Michael Vaughn's parents have other children. Those children were never taken from them after Michael Vaughn went missing. Why? Because they didn't have anything to do with their child's disappearance. But CPS was already looking to take away the Wells boys prior to Summer going missing. We can move on to a different case because I'm starting to get mad. I have to be honest. Human emotion coming out here. I'm just starting to get angry just thinking about this case because it irks my soul. It has always irked my soul. That little girl was beautiful. Summer was a beautiful child. And I don't just mean physically beautiful. I love the fact that she was a tomboy, that she liked to run and play hard because I was that way. Don't let these false fake eyelashes fool you, okay? I was a tomboy through and through. I climbed trees. I went barefoot every day. In the summer, you could not get me to wear shoes. I'm not wearing those things. I love the fact that she was a tomboy. I love all of that. She was a beautiful child, and she's gone. No remains, no nothing, no resolution. But I'm seeing a ton of Don and Candace sympathizers. It's bothersome to me. Grandma is saying, I thought the older 2 are with other family. If they are, Grandma, then you know more than I do. I thought they were still in foster care. If they're not, okay. They're still not with Don and Candace. Oh, in Michael's case. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, what? Okay. Let me reread this. Hold on. In Michael's case. Okay. I don't know. I really don't know about Brandy Neal's older children, if they are with other family or not. I do know that their daughter Brandy and Tyler's daughter is still with them, and she's younger than Michael. So her older kids, I'm not really sure of their ages. I do know they were older teens. So if they moved out or things like that, I'm not really sure. I just know that none of their kids have been taken away from them. So very different from the Wellses, where it and that's another thing that will always bother me about the Wellses case, is that even they were trying to take the kids away prior to Summer going missing. And then after she goes missing, it still took them an entire month to take the boys away. What? What? Just saying. Grandma is saying, I am seeing that too. In chats or comments, people sucking up to Don and Candace is so gross. Still praying for your family. Listen, I ain't praying for anybody but those children. That's it. Don and Candace caused this. Their addictions caused this. You want to pray for them? Do what you will. Do what you will. I'm not going to be praying for Don and Candace. I'm going to pray for Summer. I'm going to pray for their 3 boys. Yes, I know their names. No, I'm not going to say them. Summer's case is cold. I don't think that anyone should be in denial about that. Summer's case is cold. And her brothers deserve to live a private life. It's not their fault what happened with this. So, yes, they caused it. They did. I just, how you could come to any other conclusion. Again, I'll say it again. Even if it's as benign, and I'm using that word very lightly, but even if it was as benign as Candace being high out of her mind and clunking out or something, and Summer wandering off, you are still responsible. Still responsible. So, yeah. Again, the court team came out, not an abduction. This was not an abduction. It wasn't. Get that through everyone's head, not an abduction. That leaves you with 2 options. Because originally there would be 3. She was either abducted, she was either hurt by the people inside of that house, or she wandered away. With the CART team coming out and saying, this was not an abduction. Our job is done here. Because it's not an abduction, we're leaving. Now you have 2 options. She was hurt by someone inside of that home, or she wandered away. With all of the searches that have been done for Summer, yes, there has been cadaver dogs. Yes, there has been scent dogs. And let's just touch on Jody Sue Brown for a minute. We would be remiss if we did not touch on that woman for a second. Do I trust this woman at all? No, I don't. Yeah, give me that. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me mute. Hang on. Okay, unmute. Sorry. So, does Jody Sue Brown exist anymore? I'm sure she does. Is she not on YouTube? If she is, I do not watch her. I do not see the point in staring at a human being for 12 plus hours that might say 4 sentences. I would rather watch clip channels of the 4 sentences that she said in 12 hours than just sit through her live streams, which are absolutely ridiculous. Um, but I do believe that Jody Sue Brown played a part. I really do. When she came out and said, when Jody Sue Brown said herself, the dog stopped at my feet. What? 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 The dog stopped at your feet. What does that mean? So they brought scent dogs out there. You're standing at the end of your drive. And I've been there. I actually turned around in her driveway, actually. But you're standing there. And let me tell you, I'm sure you guys have all seen it. But there is a water, way. I don't know what you exactly want to call it. A creek, something of that nature. But it's a waterway. But it runs throughout all of that property. So she says, her own words, that the scent dog stopped at her shoes. And when she said this, I'm thinking, what? So your shoes have the scent of summer on them, and this is where these dogs stopped. Why would that be, Jody Sue Brown? Why would that be? Let's critically think through this. Did you kick her? That was my first thought. Why would her scent be on your shoes? Why would these scent dogs be out and about searching and they stop at you, at your feet, by your own admission? Why would that be? You are the Wells's next door neighbor. You have said that your common law husband, I don't know if they were married, but they were certainly together for a couple decades and have 2 grown children together. And you lived there for a long time, and you definitely knew the Wellses. And you said that your significant other was their drug dealer. Don Wells also said, "Oh yeah, we could go to the driveway and get anything we wanted from them." You'll learn something if you don't know about this case. That Don Wells has something that we like to call diarrhea of the mouth. He just spurts it out everywhere. But he said that. She pretty much confirmed that. And then she says that the scent stopped at her feet. Why? Why did those dogs not stop anywhere else? Why did they walk up to you at the end of your driveway and hit on your feet that this is summer smell? Make that make sense. Make it make sense. Grandma? Oh, what's Grandma saying here? So Grandma's saying if her little self was lying on her feet in a car out of view, okay, yep, see, this is what I wanted. I wanted other points of view. If that's a potential. The things that Jody Sue Brown and her, this woman, let me tell you, when you need to know about a person, you just need to look at what they do, right? So here's Jody Sue Brown. She's got cancer. She's got cancer. This woman's on a damn live stream, or she was. I don't know if she is. I don't even know if she has a channel. I don't give a damn because I don't watch her anymore. And I never really did watch her. Actually, I watched clip channels of her. Either way, she's got cancer. I think of the throat. I think. And smokes about 18 packs of cigarettes on a live stream with cancer. So if that don't tell you about Jody Sue Brown's decision making, I don't know what will. She's not even making good decisions about her own well-being. Do you think she's going to make good decisions about a 5-year-old child? She was with a man, Andy, who Hunter, we all remember Hunter. Yes, I'm sure we all do. Hunter named Andy as the Wells' drug dealer. Don Wells confirmed that Andy was the drug dealer. This is all one thing, people. It's all one thing. Not only that, but Andy and Jody Sue Brown were both charged with methamphetamine distribution. Yeah, all these drug charges. Drugs are not new to these people. Okay? Drugs are not new to the Wellses. They're next door neighbors. Again, go back, go scroll all the way back through my videos, and you will see me in my little Volvo pull up to the Wells' driveway. No, I did not enter their driveway. I am not Bullhorn Betty and the heels on the ground, boots on the ground, whatever the hell they're called. No, I'm not the people and cause it a ruckus. I want to see the place for myself. But you'll see that with their purple mailbox that Don, paint the mailbox purple. Because in Tennessee, when you paint things purple, it's basically a do not trespass. So if you see a pole or a tree or something on somebody's property that's painted purple, you don't trespass on that property. So their whole damn mailbox, he painted the whole damn mailbox purple, and that's on my video. But we ended up pulling into Jody Sue Brown's driveway just to back out and, get off Ben Hill Road, which is where Summer lived. 18 cartons a day. Oh, listen, that woman smokes more. Okay, I'm not going to start making jokes. I'm trying to be serious, Grandma. Don't stop. Because I was just thinking about this cooking show I was watching the other day, and I don't want to start doing all that. But anyway, where is Tamra? I miss Tamra. Allie, I'm so glad you're here. I really am. Grandma, I'm glad you're here. But Allie, do you want to call in, Al? I really want to talk with you critical thinking talk about stuff, because you're just really a great person to do that. Grandma, oh, me too, Grandma. I miss Tamara. She'll be on. We've been on an hour and a half. If she's up, I'm sure she'll pop in. That's our girl there. But Grandma's saying, I doubt they could listen to her ramblings very long before that would have been ended. Oh, Jody Sue Brown? Yeah, I know, right? I ramble. But listen here. If you have how? That's a perfect time. You're driving? Connect to your Bluetooth, ma'am, and join the show. Because I need your critical thinking skills here. Because here's the thing, okay? Summer has not been found, correct? The CART team has determined this was not an abduction. The Welleses have never been charged with anything pertaining to Summer's disappearance, right? These are facts. Now, all of the other stuff, there are some facts and some rumors, but those are facts. So, if we could find any way, and this is how investigations work, Allie, I think you know that. I don't think I need to explain that to you, or most people probably listening, but the way investigations work, they work backwards. Um, you don't go looking into an investigation and say this person is 100% guilty. You do it backwards. Let's just take Bryan Kohberger for instance, okay? What the police, the not police, what the detectives needed to do was to first try to eliminate him in every single way that they could. When you cannot do that anymore, when you cannot eliminate this person, that's when you seriously start investigating them. Um, Same thing for the Welleses. You know, we need to find every way to exonerate them. How could they not be guilty? What exonerates them? What eliminates them from doing something harmful to Summer? That's where you start. And you keep trying to do that until you can't do it anymore. Again, that's where a real investigation starts. We can't eliminate you. We can't say that you were not involved. And up until this moment, I will remind everyone, not that you need reminding, it's just good to do, that everyone in Summer Wells's case is still a suspect. So, Grandma, good point. People keep defending Don, saying he was at work. That just makes me want to pull my hair out. Yes. The Don at work thing. That has been a heavily contested thing with this case. Because there's a lot of people that don't believe that Don was at work for most of the day. I am actually one of those people. I don't believe that Don was at work all of the day. I don't. I believe Don left early. Don had that leeway. Don had that leeway with his employers to leave. He wasn't made to stay there all of the time. But their phones, Don and Candace's phones, were both confiscated by police. So they had to look through that forensic data of where they were. And again, there has been no charges filed. It leaves one's head scratching, right? Robbie, how are you? Oh, if you, yes, we can absolutely go into Dylan Rounds' case. Hold on, because I just got this new phone and this new phone number, and I don't know my phone number. I don't know my phone number. Hold on. Listen, I had my last phone number since 2014. So this new phone number is weird for me, but I'm going to put it in chat. Robbie, call in. Hold on. Yeah, I have to keep looking at it because I'm like, what is this number? I'm so used to my number being what it was for so long that it's kind of weird, like getting used to a new number. But Okay, so there's my number. So Robbie's saying pre-warning may talk shit about Utah and Utah County centric issues. No, I am completely fine with that. Grandma, Don could have met Candace and Jody Sue halfway. I think yes. That is my new phone number, Grandma. Yep. What did I say? New life, new me, new everything. So there you go. That's my number. Robbie, call in. Come on. Ready to hear what you have to say. I'm ready to move on to Dylan Rounds' case. I'm actually ready to drop a bombshell on this Saturday night, but I still don't know if I should. I feel like I should because there ain't been a damn movement. Even though there's been things released that I've seen and heard, but Dylan has still not been found. Just saying. Grandma, you changed it? You didn't tell me that either. Eyebrows raised. A mysterious person, Grandma. Yeah, come on, Robbie. I'm waiting for you. Call. So we can talk about this. Robbie is mad. Why are you mad? What are you mad about? He need what? Oh, you want to come up on panel? Okay. All right, hold on. Calm down and stop referring to yourself in third person, you weirdo. Stop it. All right, there you go. Come on up. Let's talk about it. Oh. Oh, you want to put your link in for your Twitch. Okay. Well, I didn't even know you had Twitch. But I have to go watch you. Come on up. Come on. I'm ready for you to come up here. Let's talk some Dylan Rounds. This case is gonna haunt me until this young man is found. I feel like it was such a breaking point in true crime for me. Like that case just I don't know. I've never been so up close and personal in a case like that. And it was just extremely mentally taxing. Like that's what I could say. So, all right. Here's Robbie.
It's I'm trying to work on my camera. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Nope. See, no. God damn it. No, that's this.
Girl, what are you doing? Why are you not on the screen?
Bro, no, I just got set off tonight. So have you been watching what's going? Me and you need to stream more. Okay, first and fucking foremost. Okay, first and fucking foremost. Let's get this fucking out of the way. First and foremost.
Okay.
Are you watching my stream? Maybe I should go big cam. Watch my stream and give me your free Amazon Prime subs. Please, if you have Amazon Prime, you could sub to me for free, and it helps me in some way. I don't exactly know how, but it does.
Go ahead and self-promote. Go ahead and self-promote.
Yeah, well, you know what? Well, I am just. It's just Robbie and. I have had a very hard time on stream tonight. I was over on Johnny Yarbrough's stream. We were talking about the Mormon dilemma and the Brigham Borgum, and a lot of people really got onto me there. Being from Utah, being that I have the true facts, they really didn't enjoy some of the things that I had to say about being from the Brigham Borgum, which is the whole Dylan Rounds shebang.
Well,
really.
They never do. They never do. No. And that's the thing. Like if you were speaking out about that religion, I'm going to applaud you.
I got silenced and I'm so mad because Johnny is the gay sloth. I'm the gay Robbie. He's the gay sloth. I'm like, Johnny,
well, you will not be silenced here, sir. You speak your damn truth. Go ahead.
I'm like, Johnny, yo, bro. Yo, brother. Why are we hating on the gay Robbie? Look, these fucking people wouldn't give. It's so funny. His channel, and I just have to say this right here because he's got 127 people watching it right now, and there's a bunch of LDS folks in there. There are a lot of salty pancakes, viewers in there. Okay, let's just put it that way. And I just wish I could just wring his little neck and tell him what he's doing wrong. You don't want to help our enemy. It's like, let's just say if Johnny and I were African American, let's just say that we were African American. Let's just say we're both from Utah and we lived in Utah our whole life. And then let's just say we came onto YouTube and our YouTube channel, all these fucking Utah people come around being our best friends. Oh, we're fucking best friends. No, you're not our best friends. You fucking persecuted us. You took our rights away and you continue to try and take our rights away. We know who you are. We have your number.
To get our point across without the F-bomb. We can do this.
Well, I would, but why is that a thing? Why I'm streaming on Twitch. Why is that a thing on YouTube? Why is that even a thing? I can say the F word on Twitch, but I can't say it on YouTube.
It's not even about being a thing on YouTube.
And they start saying, "Oh, you're talking about a religious group." Look, sweetheart, I know you're scared. I know you don't want me talking about a religious group, but they're not a religious group. Let's be honest. They're a publicly traded for public stock options traded company on the NASDAQ. You can go look it up. There's an organization that sits above the Church of the LDS Saints, and it's the actual holding company.
I know.
And it's publicly traded. This is a business. I'm not talking shit about somebody's personal beliefs. I'm talking shit about somebody's business is what I'm doing.
No,
so just in case anybody wants to know what the fuck's going on, that's what's happening. They've got 2 whole states and a lot of businesses established as churches. So they want to fucking hate me and whatever. And if my fucking gay friend Johnny, gay sloth,
have you ever taken a critical thinking class, Rob? Just ask.
I have.
Yeah, so
sounds like a dumb question. Sorry, I didn't mean to be condescending. I've taken a lot of. I'm college. Did you know I'm a college graduate?
Oh, what do you have?
Yeah, I have a bachelor's degree in information technology. I was going to be a business one with a big old business swinger for me to go beat all these fucking assholes at AT&T, corporate around with my big fucking wang like that, like this. This is my dick. This is my dick at AT&T, and this is AT&T. It's like that. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
I can definitely tell.
Obviously, that didn't happen. Obviously, that never happened.
On some extra streams tonight, but
the customers wish it was still happening, because what these companies do is they remove you and they hire some new graduates from fucking college who don't know what the fuck they're doing. Anyways, sorry.
No, I know you're fired up tonight.
I'm fired up. He pissed me off.
I think the full moon is tomorrow, so if you kind of want to lay low on live streams, like you might want to do that. Because you might just F-bomb like the whole stream off the.
Okay, well, I'm not planning on streaming on it. This is the only time I'm coming on. I was just hanging out and God, they pissed me off.
Well, not trying to kill your vibe.
No, my vibe has been killed. Jim Terry and his fucking cohort killed my vibe tonight.
Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Sing it with me. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Yeah.
I'm not trying to kill your vibe either. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, my vibe is fine. Like I'm just angry at all.
I'm calming down. I'm into it. I'm sorry, Grandma.
No apparent reason.
Sorry, Ali Cattels. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That I did that to Grandma Jess. Please forgive me.
Okay. Well, it's just when you use the F-bomb. Like you took a critical thinking class. You said that you're a graduate with some. I'm proud of you, by the way, for getting.
Thank you. It's a lot of work. Yes, as you know. Yes,
it's a lot of work. Yes,
a lot of work. It's no fun. It's no fun.
That's
why Salty Pancakes doesn't have his college graduate degrees, because it's no fucking fun. Anyways,
what happened?
Nothing. Go ahead. Continue. I'm listening to you.
Well, you're very mad at Salty. Why are you mad at Salty? What's going on? I don't know about the drama.
Salty is a Kurt Wadsworth loving Wadsworth Mormon from the great state of Utah. There's a lot of deception.
Is this new news?
Oh, I've known this. I'm from Utah. I've been knowing this. It's bothersome to me. What's happening is that all of his viewers, and there's just too many. You know what's going on in that community over there? There's just too many fucking Mormons. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm happy to say it on Twitch. I'm leaving this VOD on Twitch. I love you, Twitch. I will see you at TwitchCon next year, Twitch. But yeah.
Bye, Twitch. from
Yeah,
Crime Time
Twitches,
with
what's
Jazz
up?
by
This is
Twitch.
what's up. Yeah, hey, what
Um,
up? I don't have
okay.
anybody here, but it's okay. They will be
Okay,
here. They'll
so
see it.
I'm gonna answer this question that Marshall and Daisy's mama is asking, and they're asking Jess, what do you think happened with Dylan Rounds? What do I think happened? I think that he was murdered.
He was murdered by
Um,
that guy, Brenner, right?
there's zero doubt in my mind that
Yeah,
James
he was fucking
Brenner,
murked.
100% involved.
Yep. Yep. Yes,
The
ma'am.
question is, who else was involved for me? Um, again, James Brenner being convicted of this, I am 100% okay with, but I just do not think that he 100% acted alone. I feel like there are people that were surrounding him and Dylan that have guilty knowledge, and that have not been
Well, that's what
charged.
the Wadsworth guy has. He's got knowledge. He knows what happened. He knows exactly what happened. You know, Donna Serafina? I should
Yep,
just call her and be like, what the fuck do you think happened? And she'll tell me because she actually fucking talked to Kurt Wadsworth. I think she was the first psychic that Kurt
she
Wadsworth
did
talked to.
talk. No, Kurt actually talked to me first,
Oh,
and
I thought he
then
talked to some psychic that sent him on some
he
wild
talked
goose
to
chase and
Donna.
it.
I actually put them into contact
Oh,
because Taylina, I told Taylina, his daughter, about Donna, and that
I
she
love
was
Donna.
awesome. I love Donna as well.
My dad is obsessed with Donna, by the way. He's
Dude,
like,
I
"Can you
love her.
introduce me and can you like get me a phone call? Can you get me a reading?" And I'm like, "Dad, it's like a couple $100 or something. Like let's do some money.
Oh, I
Let's
love
help
that
our
you're
friend
on.
out."
What's going on? Okay, hi.
Yeah, I'm like, "Let's help our friend out. Like let's give her like some money. Like let's just go ahead and like make it worth her while cuz it's Donna Sarah fucking Fina, you know what I mean?" And so like, yeah, no, I
No,
love
she's great.
her.
She's absolutely fantastic. I agree.
And
But
I'm
yeah,
really happy to see her. I'm really happy
I
to see
told Kurt
her.
Wadsworth's daughter about Donna really early on. And they got in contact with her. And that's why Kurt did a reading with her. So yeah, that's how all of that happened behind the scenes.
You know,
So hi
no, for
again.
sure, for sure. You know, the one thing I gotta say here, because
For sure, yes.
I know Jim Burley's out there watching, lurking
No,
somewhere.
is he? Hi, Jim. What
I'm
are you
sure he
doing,
is. I
Jim?
mean, there's nothing going on over the other channel. There's just a bunch of fucking rhetoric that's boring. You know, Jim, you were so right about everything on that case, and I just hope that one of those assholes comes out of that desert and tells you that you were right, sir. Because you know what, you deserve it. In my opinion,
If Jim
at
holds his breath for that, he's going to die. So don't hope for that. I'm just saying he's literally going to
I
suffocate
know,
to
I know.
death.
I just feel like he did a really good job for what he was given, and not only that, he's kept the case front and center for so long. And God, there's so many fucking YouTubers that just put his name in the fucking title of every stream, Jim Terry, and it's just like, is that all you have to get views? Is to put Jim Terry TV in your
Jim usually
fucking
shows
stream
up
name?
in all of my streams. I'm surprised he's not here
Well,
now.
no, that's the difference between us and fucking salty shit cakes. Salty Pancakes needs to put Jim Terry TV in every single one of his streams so he can get a few views off. With people like you and I, we just sit here and talk and chop it up like normal fucking human beings. And guess
Yeah.
what? Motherfucking Jim pops up like it's a fucking devil, you know? It's like, oh, there he is. You know, it really is, you know. Fuck. And you know,
Okay,
I
so I just have to say, like, I'm feeling your chair. Like, we have
thank
the
you.
same exact chair,
Thank
but
you.
mine's red and black, and yours is white and black. Like,
Thank you.
why did you choose white and black? Because I like the fiery
Because is it not the
red.
cutest chair? Is it not the fucking cutest
No,
chair?
it
Like I
fits
like the
you.
design. It's super cute. I'm like, well, we're very much in charge. You know, from below the camera shot down, the left armrest, my puppy ate part of it off, so it's like nibbled off, and then the seat is cracked. So do not buy a DX Racer. I used to stand DX Racer. Do not buy a DX Racer. They've given me free chairs. This one was not for free. That's why I'm not standing in them
Mine
anymore.
wasn't for free either. It was
Ah,
like a pretty
you
little
got a
thing.
DX Racer? You got the, you know what I'm talking about? DX Racer.
You haven't seen my
Okay.
chair. Do I really need to turn on the light for it?
No, you don't have to. Do you have the
I have
DX
the
Racer
same
chair?
exact chair you do. It's just red and black.
Nah.
Really? Okay.
Nah.
Well, let me up this
I want to
light.
see. I want to see.
Well,
I
let me
want to
up the
see.
light.
I'm a very chair selective
So
person. This
I
chair's
don't
on its way
know.
out.
Okay, hold on. Can you see that or no?
I can. Okay. Yes.
It looks
Okay.
really
Yes.
dark.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. So that is okay. Probably a very similar chair to mine, but
No,
maybe
it's
not the
literally the
exact one.
same chair.
I don't know
But
if
mine
it's the
is just red and
exact
black.
one. Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
just saying.
Well, you know what? That's fine. You can have the same chair as me. I'll send you the link next time I buy a
I
new chair.
ordered mine first, so
Oh, no,
like
no.
we can
I
get
will
into
order
a
my
bitch
next one.
fight about this.
No, we can work on it. I'll order mine. I'll send you the link. You could order a white one. I'll get a black one. We'll figure it out. You know.
Let's
I don't
figure it
know.
out later. Like after we solve Dylan's murder, we'll
Oh
figure
my
it out.
God. No, we already did. We already did. James Brenner killed him. We don't need the
We
FBI.
did.
Oh, by the way, is this
How do
fucking
you feel about
insane?
that, Robbie? Honestly, like, do you think
Yeah.
James Brown? Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. The guy lived with Candace and Dylan up in Idaho.
I
Which
know.
kind of
For
that as soon as I
months.
learned that fact, and that fact was really buried. It was really nestled in there, and I didn't
Not
get
on
that
my
till later
channel,
on.
was it? I
I didn't
stated that
know.
many a times.
I didn't know until like it was like
Yeah.
after a month, and I was like, "Oh, well, why was his mom having that weird guy live with them over there on the farm? That's fucking weird." You
Not
know,
only
and
that, Dylan lived with him in a motel in Idaho for months.
what?
Yes, just the two of them
Dude, Dylan
while
was
they
human
did
trafficked.
work.
Dylan was a human
People were working.
trafficking victim. I don't even necessarily know if it's like a missing person. I think he's probably in Mexico being trafficked to the fucking
I don't think
Sinaloa
so.
cartel. I mean,
He's dead.
who knows? No, he's dead. No, for sure he's dead. But no, but I mean, like, I feel like the poor man he was not valued by his own people. Like, I can relate to that. My own people don't value me. My fucking family fucking hates me. You know what? I think that the only reason my mom is happy that I'm alive is because she got some more tax benefits or something. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe it enabled her to say that she's a single mother at one point or something, which she never was. She's always received child support from my father and everything. You know, she's never been a single mother.
I am
There's
so
always
done with
50-50
you, but it's
custody.
so
You
true.
know, my fucking mother. But you know, what are we
Listen,
gonna do?
narcissistic. My next stream, I literally said this. I was like, my next stream is going to be narcissistic mothers because I lived with one for like
I
30
have
years.
one.
Like,
So you have one, so you get it.
yes,
And they only care about them fucking selves. That's
that's
what I see
it.
when I see Dylan's mom.
Were you the
She only gives a
scapegoat child? I was the scapegoat child.
yes. Everything's my fucking fault. Everything's still my fucking fault. The only
Everything.
reason the family never
You
worked
could
out is
do
my fault. It's all my
everything right.
fault.
It's still your fault.
Yes.
Who's the golden child? My sister's the golden child. Who's the
My
golden
sister
family?
too. My little
Look at that.
sister. Yeah.
My little
Daddy's
sister.
baby
Yeah,
girl.
same. Listen,
Fucker.
my little sister
Daddy,
could
baby
smoke
girl.
pot in front
Fucking
of my
asshole.
mother.
Stop having kids.
In
You know
front of
what,
my mother. And she
Dad?
would be like, oh, that's okay. If I smoked pot, holy shit. She would be like, you're a mom. You shouldn't be doing that. This is terrible. She acted like I was like addicted to meth or heroin or something crazy. But no matter what I did, and still to this day, it is always wrong. And whatever my sister does is just it's right. It's right. It's fine. And it's not my sister's fault because my sister didn't like pick to be the golden child. It just my narcissistic mother like chose that. So there's what's up, Zoe? Hey, Jess and Robbie. Hey, chat. Hey, girl. How are you doing? We're cutting it up over here. We're just talking about things.
We're talking about all of the hardcore things that have just happened in my life. I mean, I'm getting shunned on YouTube, Jess. You wouldn't even believe
Why?
it. These
What's
guys,
going on?
you know, these people, they just think I am some anti-Republican. Well, look and listen here, Linda. Look, I don't want anybody not working in this country. I don't want them fucking illegals coming over the fucking border. I think we should all fucking speak English. And I'm a Democrat, Linda. Look, listen, bitch. We're all on the same fucking side here. Why don't you fucking stop beating up on me all the fucking time? I mean, fucking throw me a
do we have
fucking
to?
bone. I'm an American. I have white skin and blood in my cells and
What does
veins.
that mean?
Why don't I
I'm
count?
Native American.
Well, why don't I count? Why does it
I
only count
didn't
if you're?
say you
I'm
didn't.
gay. I'm gay. Does that count for anything? I'm gay. I'm a.
Does
F-word.
it? Do you get point? Okay, no, hold on, because I'm not a part of the LGBTQIA.
Well, I am.
BB
I am, and
community.
I've been told I'm attractive. And you know what?
you
No, it doesn't help.
No, Robbie, Robbie, answer this question. Do you like? Okay, I just need to know this as a person that's just a straight as an arrow and just boring, I guess. Do you get like special privileges?
No,
being a-
no. I get harder treatment. I have to live up to the upper echelon of society's upper crust. I'm the gay man with the Mercedes Benz, bitch. Like, I'm the man.
What?
Like, that's who I am. I can't just go around and be like, yo, I'm thugging. Here's my guns. Here's my fucking thugged out mentality and my fucking dreads and my fucking thugged out, loped out bullshit. Let me talk shit to you in the fucking line of the grocery store because I'm a big fucking scary thug. No, I don't do that. I'm not like that at all. I am a person from Utah. If you cannot tell, well, I've been here for many years. I am a person from Utah. I'm a gay man from Utah. I was very hated there, very discriminated against there. I came here to Northern California. I was very hated here and I was very discriminated against here. But I made friends with a lot of the straights, even up in Redding, California, very Republican territory. Anyway, a lot of straights really got on board with me. Just throwing that out there.
Using magic fingers.
Spirit fingers, yes.
Spirit fingers, like,
Spirit
hey,
fingers.
do my.
But then we get people like fucking Johnny Gay fucking Sloth over here.
Who's Johnny Gay fucking Sloth?
Well, he's running fucking JT's fucking membership after JT goes offline. We got Johnny over here. Whoa, fucking, we just want to fucking suck it for all these fucking gay haters. And I'm like, dude, they want to take your rights away. They want to castrate you. They would actually like to castrate you with a pill if they could. So just so you know who your fans are, it's like, it's just one of those. It's just one of those. And, you know, I'm sorry to come over here and lay all this on you guys. But Jesus Christ.
You're clearly venting. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
You know what, Grandma? It's okay if you call me crazy, Grandma. I'm not a woman.
Did Grandma call you crazy?
Yeah, she did. It's okay. I'm not a woman. So first of all, Grandma, we know the fuck you're crazy. Okay, let's fucking get your number right.
Oh,
we know you're fucking crazy.
Don't come for the gender.
We know you,
don't
ma'am.
Do it.
We know you, ma'am. IMO, Grandma. IMO, and I've seen some of your comments in chat, Grandma. IMO.
Oh, Grandma's checking out.
You're crazy, Brenda. Shut the fuck up.
So wait, so you think that all women are crazy? Because I've been fairly calm, and you've been like just flipping out.
No, I made a stereotype. I made a very rude stereotype for Grandma because Grandma's acting like a grandma who likes grandma stereotypes. So you know what? If Grandma's gonna act like a grandma. She wants grandma stereotype. She's gonna get a grandma stereotype from me. You know what, Grandma? We're gonna take her right back to 1943. You know what? You need to get back in that fucking kitchen and make me a goddamn sandwich, and you better make it good. Next question. Fast forward to 2023. We're in 2023 now. Grandma, you're a wonderful lady. I'm sure you have grandkids. You probably don't make any sandwiches in the kitchen. You're probably way too lazy for any of that. You know.
Can I just stop you for a second? Because you did say that you're being trashed all over YouTube, which I don't know anything about.
No, just on Johnny Gay Sloth's channel.
Do you think that maybe what you just said is maybe why?
No, because I didn't say anything about women until now. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't said anything about women until now. But I think over this conversation, I've really started to root down to the issues. I've been watching some of these comments in chat, and I think I'm really starting to root down to some of the more fundamental issues. And it's not the straight bigots of Utah that I need to be worried about.
Okay, so Grandma's making it clear that you could shove it, and that she was talking about Alex Murdaugh, not you.
Okay. So I will take that in my pipe hole and smoke it. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes,
Sorry.
I think she is
You know what?
absolutely
Just as long as you're not talking about me, okay? That's all I really care about. Is you're not talking
well,
about me because
no, I
we've
can
had a lot
just
of
tell,
personal
like,
attacks tonight, and
I have this is
I'm a little unhinged because I got to tear some people's heads off and fucking shit down their throats. Because if you don't do that, Jess, you know what? They'll take your kindness for weakness, and I think that you know that. I think that you understand that idea.
no,
So
I
you know,
do, but
I
I
don't
can
know who's
just
coming at
tell.
me. You
I
know,
can always tell when someone is coming off like really intense live streams and like really intense all of those things. I could just tell that you've like run the gamut. Like I can just see it.
yes.
So, but you know that we really don't do that on this stream.
Would you? I can
So
excuse myself from your
I'm
panel.
perfectly okay with you venting.
Okay, and
Everyone
I'm
needs to
sorry to
vent.
have disrupt the flow. What? I'm
Yeah, well,
sorry to have
just
disrupt the flow.
don't disrespect grandma. She
I
really
do like
was not
grandma.
talking about you. She was actually talking about Axe
You
Murdoch.
know, grandma, I think grandma could understand where I'm coming from because, if somebody walks up to grandma and talks shit to her, I expect her to, even if she
She
is a little bit
will,
wrong, even
actually.
if she is a little bit wrong,
Grandma's straight
yeah,
gangster. Like
I
she's
need
a
that. I need
Republican
that. I
gangster. Like,
need that.
don't. Oh,
I'm
she
from
is.
Utah. There's not enough of that in Utah. Okay.
Oh, Allie's jumping in here, Robbie. Don't come for
What?
us.
Oh, alley cats, I'm not coming for you. I like you a lot. You've got a very, very, very cool vibe. Soothe our boobs. Oh yeah, you want to pay more money to the cable company? What's that? You can't get Showtime without an extra $17.99 a month. Anyways, see you
Robbie, I
next.
really
See you
think
next
you've been
season.
on Jim's live streams too much. Like like you have been over there too much. Jim has corrupted
No,
you.
this is literally just me, and I'm a little bit extra tonight because I'm
Like
pissed
you're so
over.
extra tonight.
I am so pissed because this has to do with my family. Like my family and I are
Yeah,
fighting
let's talk about that. What's going
over
on?
but it has to do with the Mormons. I'll pre-warn you. Don't
No,
ask
that's
for a
fine
situation you
because
can't handle.
can I just say this before you start? Because I really do want to hear exactly what you have to say. But I have preached so much against the Mormons, and it's
Good.
not because I
Thank God.
believe like, oh, I'm Christian or I'm this or
No,
I'm
thank the
not
Lord. There
any
needs to be more of
religion.
awareness. It's awareness. You're preaching awareness.
Yes. So go
It's
ahead,
awareness.
please,
Okay.
please tell
I'll
me.
do my best to just keep it from an awareness perspective only because I'm not trying to offend anybody's beliefs. I
No,
don't
you're
care.
fine. Go.
First
Just
and
go.
foremost, I don't care if you believe in like fucking cows, full on heifers, lifting off the ground off of all four hoofers and just like fucking beaming it across the fucking sky. Like I don't care what you believe in. I don't care if you believe Jesus came back to live a Sacagawea here in Northern America. I don't care if you believe that Jesus resurrected from Easter, like the Mormons believed, came over here with Don Quixote and the fucking Mexican, thing over here. I don't care what. I literally could give two fucking shits what you believe. I don't care. I don't care. But when you come to California, you spend all of your money and send all of your voters, and you spend millions and millions and millions of Mormon dollars from your constituents throughout the entire United States to take my rights away after I left your piece of shit hovel of a state, little Utah. Oh, you best fucking believe. I'm not forgetting. And we do need to send some fucking Mormons on a wagon wheel train track across the fucking. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see them hoof it like it was back in the
You
day.
know what?
We need to get back to that.
I
Is what
think
we need to get
you
back
would
to.
do extremely well with
Well, if they want to take rights
speaking
away from
out
people, why don't they just take them away from
against the
themselves? They're the
religion
fucking
and
lesser of
making your
everybody.
channel a person that grew up in this and you see all the flaws, you see all the errors, you see all of that. I
I'm
think that
not I'm not crazy. I just want them to fucking walk a fucking long trek across the desert,
no, you
maybe
have a lot of
starve,
anger. Like I see your anger,
maybe
so
not
I'm not
make
judging
it.
you for that.
Maybe they won't make it back to Missouri. What if that, Mormons? What if you can't make it back to Missouri? Hmm? Anyways,
Listen,
sorry.
that's a question for them, but
Yeah, I'd
it's
love to
just
see it.
no. I think
Love to see it.
you could really
Walk that
because
shit,
there
bitch.
are other channels that are literally
I know. I need
people
to
that
get
have
involved
left
with
the
like some
religion
Antifa,
have
like
dedicated
Republican
their
hate
channels
groups or
to
something. I don't know what I have to do, but
no, they
and like
dedicated.
I've been trying to avoid all that. I don't want to get involved because then
Why?
I'm just as good as the friends back home, the extremists back home in Utah. So, I'm trying to be careful of
No,
that.
it's not extremist.
However, there are so
There
many
are
people in
channels
these chats and
literally
in these
that
channels, like
people that
even
got married in
here.
temple that have grew up completely Mormon, and they have left the religion,
Well, yeah,
and
but they're
they
still
have made their
programmed.
YouTube channels to educate people
I've got
about
one
the
right over here.
religion
No, and I've seen a
and
lot of that.
about
Look,
why
I've got one right
it's
here. He's a
not the
live-in
right religion
boyfriend.
to follow. And
I've
I
got one
think
right
you should
here.
do that.
I've got one right here, and you know what he fucking does, Jess? He defends every single one of those fucking motherfuckers.
Who?
My boyfriend. He defends all of his Mormon family and all of
Then
his
why are
Mormon
you
friends
with
and
him?
all of his heritage. That's why you guys
You
are a bunch of
obviously
fucking
hate him.
assholes
So
who
why are
raped
you
little
with this
girls in
person?
polygamy for many, many, many
Well,
years.
just
So
answer the question.
let's just be
Why are you
honest
with
about
him?
that a little bit.
Bring him on. Why are you with him?
Oh, he just I don't even know why I'm with him. He's in the other room. He just came back from I think he went to some sports ball game or something. I don't know what the fuck
Well,
he's
if
doing.
you guys have extremely different core
He followed fucking
values,
me.
you should
He
not be with this
followed. I
person.
got the fuck out of Utah. Look, I'm smart. I've got a fucking brain between my two fucking wet ears. I
Me
got the
too.
fuck out of there. I turned 18.
Me
I got
too,
the
bro.
fuck out of there. You know what they did? They came here. They sent all their money. They got to take and take and take and take and take because those Mormons are not happy unless they keep taking. So when I tell you, don't let them take your kindness for weakness. Rip their fucking heads off and shit down their fucking throats. Literally, period, end of story. And if you don't, you're the one who wants to have children. You're the one who you're a straight breeder who's popping out and shitting out kids. You're the one who gets to enjoy the benefits of not heeding my warning. Okay? I'm serious. It's a
Well, I
very good
just think that
warning.
this
You need
is
to look
coming
into
from a
it.
very personal place, and it doesn't seem like obviously you do not abide by the Mormon religion.
Oh,
And you
fuck
are
no.
also with a
I
person who
dismantle them.
defends
I
them to the
fucking
fullest.
tear them limb
So,
from limb. Yes, I hate Mormons, Grandma. I hate Mormons. And yeah, I love to say the F word. Grandma, you should say the F word. You know what, Grandma? You should quit the Mormon
Grandma
church.
definitely says the
You
F
should
word,
pray your
but she
little self
uses
to
it the way
Jesus
it should be
motherfucking
used.
Christ. Ooh, I'm pissed. Is she Christian? Is she a Christian?
Does it
Is she a
matter?
Christian?
Does it
It
matter?
does. It
Why?
does. It does. Because if she
Why?
says she's a Christian, but she believes in Joseph Bloseph, she's not a Christian. She's a
Oh,
liar.
Grandma's not a
She's a
Mormon.
fucking
She's not a
liar, is
Mormon
what
at
she
all.
is. Oh, we
She's
don't
not a
know that.
Mormon.
I don't know. There's a lot of fucking fun
No,
people on
I know.
YouTube.
She's not a Mormon. I'm telling you that.
Ugh.
She's not at all.
Anyway, I'm gonna go. You guys, go let the Daybells off on all their shit. We'll never get them dead, but they're just gonna get away
Oh,
with murder.
dude, they've been
You
in
guys are
jail
fun,
for
Grandma. Let them all
years.
off. Let them off. Let them all fucking walk. Grandma, you win. You win, Grandma. Jess, I love you.
All right. Bye, Boo. Okay, so that was Robbie. Well, how do you follow that up? So Robbie clearly has some issues with the Mormon religion, which a lot of people do. And I'm going to say again that there have been other people that were a part of the Mormon religion, and they have turned their channels into channels that educate on what the Mormon religion is and the harmful effects of it. And Grandma, I'm really sorry that you took the brunt of that, because that was just really uncalled for, and you really didn't deserve that. I knew what you were talking about. I think Robbie misconstrued that, but you're really seeing the effects of a person that has literally had enough. And then a person that is also with a Mormon sympathizer. So Grandma again deserves an apology for sure. And I'm sorry. I am really sorry. I didn't know that was going to happen, obviously. But you know, I want to look at it a little bit deeper if we could go at that. And what I'm seeing is a person that, okay, I'll read Allie. Allie's saying we are not who he's mad at. I think he is mad at other stuff. Yeah, for sure. Obviously. And that's why I don't like that that was taken out on grandma, because she wasn't saying anything against him. I think he read something wrong. Um, but aside from that, a side note from that, again, there was a lot of Mormon talk. There was talk of who he was with, a Mormon sympathizer. This growing up in Utah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I really have thought intensively about doing just entire live streams about the Mormon religion, because it is so bad. Um, there are so many horror stories. And it's not to say that there's not horror stories in other religions, there are, but just to focus on Mormonism, tons of horror stories. Crazy ones, like the Vallow case, or the God, her name is escaping me. Glory always talks about her. But there's a lot of cases, and the Mormon religion has a direct involvement in it, with their teachings and their things like that. And openly gay, obviously. The Mormon religion has this stance on gay people. Just ridiculous. But their stance on it is this: that they have no problem with people being gay. But the caveat to that is that you are not allowed to be gay with anyone. You can be gay, but you're not allowed to hold hands with anyone. You're not allowed to kiss anyone. You're not allowed to be in a relationship with anyone. Basically, you can't be gay. You could just say you're gay, but you can't act on your gayness. Okay? So, with Robbie being a gay male who grew up in Utah, which is the epitome of Mormon country, and then to also be with a person who is clearly also gay, be a Mormon sympathizer, I understand where the anger is coming from. Do I agree that he should have taken that out on grandma? Absolutely 100% not. Robbie, you owe her a very sincere apology. But I actually would like to have Robbie on this channel and just speak about the Mormon religion, because it's something that I have followed very closely myself and know the pitfalls of it, and there are many. So that was a lot chaotic, and but there was a message in between all of that, and I picked up what he was putting down. Again, grandma, I'm sorry. Um Let me scroll up here as I'm missing some comments. Allie, live like a live wire. Robbie, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to agree with Al here. You definitely were live as hell there with your black and white, same chair as me. He is probably just feeling vulnerable because no one seems to get it. I get it. This is what I'm saying, that I absolutely get this. Grandma, you do not know how many good Mormons I know. I can name about 40. Yes. Grandma, I actually, since you're saying this, if you and Robbie, again, you do owe grandma, and if you've said it already, okay. Okay, wait, what? You do owe her an apology. But I think it would be a great panel to have Grandma and you both up and us debate this in a civil way, not a bunch of F bombs and putting people down and all of these things. But Grandma is saying that, she knows, she can name 40 good Mormons. I believe her. And the reason that I believe her is because that's what Mormons do best. They put on their best face and they are just the greatest people and they're so nice. Um that's the thing that's the thing about Mormons, is that they come across as the nicest people in the world, and they're not. They're not. Plain and simple, they are not. The pain that I've seen many Mormon fathers, mothers, uncles, brothers inflict upon Mormon girls is horrendous. The essay of Mormon girls is tremendous. Um, the keeping their families in these bubbles and having them believe these certain beliefs that are not logical, they do that very well. So let me scroll down. Robbie is saying, not only was I gay, I'm not Mormon. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were. I've been persecuted by these God people my whole life. Okay, well, okay. So that's even more understandable. I'm just reading your comments. Nicole, I was baptized Mormon and lived in Utah. It really is hard to get out of that religion. Their books are on point and they find me wherever I. You are not the first person. You are not the first person to say this. There are people that I know personally that have gotten out of that religion, but because they were so indoctrined as young children, even though they don't practice the religion, even though they don't go to the church, they're out of it completely. They still have the Mormon ideals, which is so strange to me. But they do, and it's just, yeah, it's indoctrination. Robbie, nobody understands me. I don't think so, Rob. Actually, there's a channel that I think you should watch. I was gonna get to that, but you're fired up tonight. So let's see, Robbie again. That's okay. I'm fine being alone. I've been on my own my whole adult life. Not everybody gets to coast on. Listen, please stop coming for grandma. Okay? I don't like that. I'm not gonna tolerate it on this channel. Grandma has 100% not coasted through life. I can tell you that. So don't assume, okay? Because what you've had bad, grandma has had bad too in different ways. We all have stories. So don't do that. Don't diminish another person because you've been through pain, because a lot of people have been through pain, okay? So, Alley Cats is saying, I'm sorry you feel that way, Robbie. I know I feel that way a lot of times too. A lot of us do. I feel that way sometimes. Like nobody understands me, nobody gets me, nobody's ever gonna get me ever. I have those moments. I really do. Where I feel like I even go further. I could just dress in all black, put on a trench coat, be super emo, and just be like, nobody loves me. Nobody loves me. Nobody likes me. Blah 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 blah. I have those moments. So Robbie's saying at Grandma, I can't wait to see the look on your face when we get to the pearly gates, ma'am. I'll be checking for your 40 and watching your face. Okay, hold on, Robbie, please. Okay, because I don't want to block you from my channel. I don't want to do that. Okay. I need you to stop coming for grandma because there are good Mormon people. There are. They exist. Not all of them, for sure. I think we all know that. But they do exist. Just like there are horrible pedophile Catholics. But do we know good Catholics? Sure. Sure. I know people that practice the Catholic religion and they're good people. They don't mean anybody any harm. They're not trying to hurt anyone. They're just doing their thing. Okay? So please stop coming for her because I'm going to end up getting pissed the fuck off and I don't want to do that. But just stop coming for her. She was not talking about you. She was talking about Alex Murdaugh. Okay? And she's just saying, yes, I know good Mormon people. You can't say out of the entire Mormon religion that there's not a single good person. There are. So please stop coming for her. I don't like that. So stop it. Yes, thank you, Allie. Robbie, take a breath, okay? Robbie, I was dragged out of the closet in high school. That's terrible. By these girls. Okay. Well, you're sounding a little incel. If you want to give some insight on Bryan Kohberger, I'm here for it. I'm just saying. But you did make derogatory marks against women. And I'm a forgiving person. I'm a person that definitely has a temper. And I will definitely spat off my mouth and say some shit that I really shouldn't say. That's because I have an Aries moon, I think. Robbie, I know you're a sun sign Aries, so you're definitely gonna pop off at your mouth. But there's times that we gotta take a step back and not do that. Um, I don't know whatever woman has done things to you, but all women are not bad or terrible people and yada yada. It's just that that's a generalization. It's like saying all gay men are gonna spread AIDS. That's just simply not true. Same thing as saying, women are bad. Some of them, sure, not all. Generalizations are never good. So, Grandma, you need to stop if you'd like to keep your damn rich. Okay. Allie, chill, Robbie, please. We aren't the bad guys. Yep, nope, we're not. We want to be listening to you, but your anger makes it hard to hear you. Yeah, like I get the anger. I do. But at the same time, like my chat, Robbie, like my channel. And we're just not those types of people. I don't draw those types of people. So there's people that are definitely going to be willing to hear you out and listen to what you have to say with a critical ear. Not critical in a bad way, a critical thinking ear. But I'm always interested in Mormonism and people that are familiar with it. I'm always interested in that. Robbie, let's see. I just need Tim Cook to channel all of my anger into actual real world moves. Okay. Nicole is 100% agreeing with Allie. It's just Robbie. Less than 40 good ones. I'm from Utah County. I'll be the decider of that. Well, you can't. Can't be the decider of that solely. Even though you've had really bad experiences, you just can't be the decider of that, or you're going to make yourself one of them in saying, I'm a bishop, or I'm an elder, or I'm a prophet. I get to decide that. No, you don't. Robbie's saying crime time is just, you are going under my wing at VidCon or TwitchCon. Take your pick. I'll pick Twitch. Allie. We want to know your story, but the anger of calling all X are good or bad, no matter what. Exactly. Yeah, I'm actually very interested in Robbie's story. Without the misogyny and without the anger at my top mod grandma. But yeah, I'm very interested, honestly. Like, I would like to hear your story or just your experiences with it, because like I said, Mormonism, and all of its downfalls and all of its things, has always been an interest of mine. So Robbie's saying I have too much pain. Well, yeah, hurt people, but I just can't let you do that to grandma, because she has done nothing to you. So that it's not fair. You understand? And I think you're emotionally intelligent enough to get that. So, you know, saying you're sorry to her would be good. She really wasn't coming for you, like, literally at all. Allie is asking if you've spoken to a therapist, which I would recommend as well. And just before I read Robbie's comment, a lot of people put down therapy, and it's because they have the wrong impression of what therapy is. People somehow have this impression that therapy is like this cure all. I'm just going to go to therapy and everything's going to be all better. That's not how that works at all. Not even close. And then you have the people that are like, that's not going to work for me. Like, I'm smarter than the therapist and blah, 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 blah. And I can just manipulate them. Sure. You could do that. It's not going to help you at all. And that's why you don't get anything out of therapy, because you're too busy trying to manipulate the person that's trying to help you. So, what therapy truly is a person that is confidential, that is not going to spread your business around to everyone. You're not going to hear rumors about what you said to this person. It's just a free for all for you to say everything that you're feeling. Their job is not to fix you, their job is to help you fix you. Their job is to give you the tools you need to fix you. The only person that can ever fix you is you. I've had great therapists, one in particular that will always stick out in my mind. His words to this day still play in the back of my mind, and they probably always will. But did he fix me? No. He helped me fix parts of me. And people seem to get that confused. Oh, therapy's just, what's it going to do for me? Well, I don't feel comfortable talking to a stranger. Let me tell you something. Talking to a stranger is so much easier, in my opinion, than talking to someone that I actually know. Does that sound weird? Yes. But the reason for it is just anonymity. You don't want to tell someone that you know all of the bad things in your life, because you're just kind of giving them ammo and trusting that they won't shoot you with it. But when you talk to a complete stranger, like a therapist, a psychologist, a say, we'll leave it there. The words are escaping me. But when you talk to a psychiatrist, people like that, there's HIPAA. Unless you tell them you're gonna commit a mass murder or you're about to off yourself tomorrow. Other than those two things, if you talk to them about your problems, it's not going anywhere. Your mom's not going to know. Your best friend's not going to know. Your best friend's not going to know. Your niece's boyfriend's not going to know. Just random people are not going to know that. That stays between you and your therapist. And if you take it seriously and you ask them, what do I do? I have all this anger. I can't understand these people that have surrounded me my whole damn life and have told me that being gay is wrong, or that they're better than me. What do I do with this? What do I do with this bitterness? They will suggest things to you. They will give you the tools to help yourself. All right, rant over. Let me read some comments here. Okay, so the last comment I stopped on was Robbie saying, I want them to stay in Utah and Idaho. They aren't the Scientologists. They have two entire states of the Union. Yeah, I do find that really troubling. That like Utah and Idaho are crazy Mormon states. We need to do all our job to keep them there. Well, I quite frankly would like to see that religion eradicated, but I think I've missed a lot of comments. Let me see. Allie is saying it can be so helpful. I think she's talking about therapy. At least for me, they have tools that we don't, us mortals. So helpful. Yes, agreed, Allie, for sure. Grandma also co-signing that therapy is a good thing. It is. Be very, very helpful. Robbie, at Grandma, I have a special type of respect for my elders. My elders were from the greatest generation. The people who taught me how to work were much older than you, I believe. Okay, Grandma's coming up.
I'm up.
Hi, love.
I
Hi. Speak your piece.
I believe I already did.
I,
We're dealing with somebody who is really super hurt and is just looking for anybody to be the target. It's not
I
me, but let's face it, he's not mod material if he's acting like he is doing everything a troll would do. So, I politely request that that be rescinded until he can earn it back. Um, he does not know how to apologize properly and doesn't mean anything that he was saying and in the form of an apology. I don't think he's capable of that, at least not right now. But it's not personal. I realize that. So,
no,
until
I
he can
hear
straighten
you.
up, I just think he needs to give it up because then I can defend myself. I don't have to just sit there and take shit.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Um,
I, I'm I'm not that way.
I'm reading these
I'm not
comments.
that way to anybody ever on your chats, ever like that. Only one person, and you know who that guy is.
Yeah.
And this is drawing a really clear parallel. So it kind of makes me there was a little suggestion there.
Okay, so I'm reading through these comments.
He's attacking
Uh,
all religion, and you know that I'm a Christian, and that doesn't mean I'm perfect or anything like that. And he's gonna sling
yeah,
mud, whatever. But I also do know a bunch of Mormon people who really are good people because I've known them since they were little teenagers, and now they're parents of teenagers, and I know how they live, and they are good people. And to
What
say
I'm
that they
having a
don't
problem with
exist.
is not that I feel like you need to defend yourself at all, Grandma, because you
I
don't.
really
You
don't.
literally haven't done anything wrong. So this
No.
isn't a court where you need to, convince me that Robbie needs his rents taken away because he just does.
Well, he does.
Robbie, I gave you the opportunity to apologize. You have not done that. Reading through these comments, you just seem to continue to come for Grandma, and I'm really not sure why. And I don't think the chat is. I don't think anyone really knows why. You seem to be really full of anger. I've been very. What do you want to call it? Patient? I've been really patient with you because I see that there's a lot of anger. I also helped you with Jim. When Jim didn't want to talk to you and all of that, I had you on here and tried to help facilitate that. And I'm also asking you to politely apologize to Grandma because she deserves that. And I don't know why you feel like you need to keep coming for her because she has done nothing to you. So if you are on, if you're drinking your White Claws or whatever it is that you're doing, I don't really give a shit because I have drank some rum tonight and I'm still not just attacking people for no damn reason. So
Thank you,
I'll
Jess.
give you one last shot because I am a fair person. Yeah, don't just WTF me. You can apologize or you can go. Those are the options. So I'm going to let you do that. Okay? They're coming for you. No, they're not. I don't know what's going on. I you need to talk to someone. I'm not calling you crazy. I'm not calling you anything like that. You want to call me, we'll chat. We know how to chat with each other. I'll chat with you. But there's a lot going on with you right now. And you keep coming for Grandma and she just literally has not done anything to you at all. So I'm not understanding like what's going on with you or why you are being this way. It's not normal you, and I don't really like this you, to be honest. Okay, what do you mean? Crime time adjust. Why are you making me apologize multiple times? You already apologized to her? Did I miss that? I didn't see your apology. I scrolled through all the comments and I did not see it. Do you want to come back up? I'd prefer you to come back up and just say it. I think that's better than some written apology. Um, saying stuff, face to face is just better. Come back up and say, give her an apology because I didn't see it. I really did go through all the comments. I'm being fair. I think you tell me fair, but I can be a bitch. I don't want to be that, but I'm just saying, like, she does deserve an apology. And Grandma, yeah, she does. All right, thank you. Here's Robbie.
Am I allowed? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Fuck. I wasn't planning on coming back. Hold on. Oh, hold the
I'm
fuck
glad
on.
you did, but
Jesus. Holy shit. I can't hear you. Grandma, I'm very sorry to have deeply offended your belief system. I am also from Utah County, which is not in California. If you're aware, Utah County, Miss Grandma, ma'am, is not in California. Miss Grandma, ma'am, those people where I'm from, they really came for my rights, Miss Grandma, mother, ma'am. I'd really like for you to do your very best to get out there and stop them from coming for my rights, please. Do your very best because you know
who
what? It
is
doesn't
them?
sound like
Who
you
is
are.
them?
That's all.
Who is
And
them?
Yes, I can't hear you, but I'm gonna try to fucking figure it out.
No, who is them? You're asking her to do something for you, but who is them? The people in Utah County, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, the great folks, the great, wonderful people that she's defending so vehemently here.
Well, she's not. She just said,
She is.
I
They all
know
do. And you know what? When you
40,
can
I
see it,
know good
I'll train you up.
Mormons.
I'll teach you how to see it when you see it. When they start defending, okay, I'll teach you how to see it when you see it, because
Well,
they
I have
defend
to say this.
hard.
I have to stop you because I've actually talked to Grandma privately about Mormonism. She's not a
So she's a
defender of
member. She's a
pets.
member of the Brigham Borgum. Okay, well, perfect. That explains
No,
everything.
she's a Christian.
Well, what does that mean, though? Is she a Christian? Like she got
That means
baptized as
she's
a
not a
Christian, or she got
Mormon.
baptized as a Mormon when she was 9, and then she later found the actual real Jesus and decided to stop lying about Jesus, and she got to become a Christian? Like, what does it all really mean to her? We don't know. And you know what? I don't have the time. What I do have time for is going back home to Utah County and fucking finding people like her, though. I want to find these people. And you know, you can be mad at me. You can be mad at me as a mod. I'm your mod. I'm not mod material. You know what? You know what? Mormons don't think I'm mod material, by the way.
She lives on the East Coast.
Well, you know what? Mormons do live everywhere.
She's not a Mormon.
But she as she has explained in this chat, she's advocating hard for them. She knows at least 40 or more. That's a lot. She goes to church. If you know 40 or more Mormons, you got to be a member of the church. Come on.
No,
come on. Sew me that blanket together, Grandma. Let's get on the same page here. Come on, sweetheart. Come on. We know where you're from. We know what's going on here. I'm not trying to be mean or anything.
I actually know exactly where she's from.
Oh, do you know her heritage? Did you go on the Mormon websites and look up did you look up her family heritage?
Why are you coming for her? Like,
well, because she came for me. You know what? I respond. I'm a counterpuncher. You see, Grandma is a very nice person, in my opinion. I think she's a very nice, wonderful mod. I think she's one of your best mods, Jess.
She is my best mod. That's why
I think she's one of your best mods. This is all shit, all horse shit aside.
It's kind of a personal attack on my channel because she's a very loyal, great mod.
You know what though? But they're so insidious. They really are. They want to get under. They want to get in there. They want to get under. And that's fine. If you know what you said, so much about Mormonism and all these people and everything.
I do.
So I'll just let you be the expert. Why don't you tell me?
Well, you're the fucking expert. You tell me.
I am the fucking expert.
Thusu,
you're exactly right.
Hi, how are you? Hold on, Robbie. Hi, Thusu. How are you? You're on.
We can talk about King Samoan from Johnny Arbo's channel. So what those Mormons did is they went over to Samoa and Tonga and Hawaii. I love Hawaii. Oh, I love Hawaii.
I love Hawaii too. Hold on, Robbie.
Hawaii.
Thusu, if you want to come back up, you're welcome to come back up. But I tried to say hi to you. I don't know if your mic is muted or something. You had something to say. Grandma, you can come up as well. This is an open panel. So there's a link. You guys want to come up. What I will not have, Robbie, hear me. Me.
Okay, Robbie. God damn it, Robbie.
Yeah, God damn it, fucking Robbie. I will not have a bunch of craziness. I won't. Listen, I feel like you dug your hole so damn deep.
I've done my damage. I've said what I need to say. Everybody's heard my words.
Just stop being mean to her.
You heard what I have.
It's
not against her.
You have to apologize. Set your ears aside.
On the other side of the veil, hoping that I stand up to this broad. Okay, look, my dead grandmas are hoping I stand up.
Don't call her a broad.
This woman.
She's a grandmother. She's
a wonderful grandmother woman.
She has children. She's
heretic,
not
whatever we want to call
abroad.
her. I don't know who we are.
Well, I'm telling you. Hi,
I think
Thistle.
she's a
How are
heretic.
you? No, she's fine. She's fine. I'm still waiting for this person to talk, but they're not saying anything. So you're making this awkward.
So this is like a Jim Terry thing where people come in just to troll and they're like recording.
Do they?
This is this is gonna happen a lot. See, this is why I'm so hard on
I
Grandma.
don't watch them, so.
This is why I'm actually hard on Grandma, because you know what, Grandma, if you come up here and put your big fat face on screen like we are right now, it's hard.
Well, she already did.
Oh, I didn't see her. I know she came on and she was
she
naysaying me.
came on.
And she came on and voiced and naysayed me a little bit here and there. You know, that's fine.
She
it's
did.
okay.
She came on to call for your
Look,
revenge because you're not.
I don't need it.
It's fine. I don't give a shit about wrenches either. To be honest, I really don't care. It's
to me, it's a sign of disrespect.
What's
as a
more
creator,
relevant to me is attacking a person for no reason.
I didn't attack her. How did I attack her? How?
You're just being rude as shit.
How? Because I said something about Mormons and I defended myself.
You just literally were just coming for like
no, I didn't. I defended myself.
So I had to scroll back up and I was like, why is he coming for
Oh my god, I'm gonna tear my hair out. It's okay. I'm never gonna defend myself.
You don't have a lot, so don't do that.
Thank you.
I can donate some to you.
I'm not a fucking girl.
You don't have a lot. You don't have a lot.
Yeah,
I was saying,
girl, so of course not.
If this person does not speak, can you please speak? I don't want to be rude to you.
Well, yeah.
What are they saying?
They're just recording
this. My mic isn't working.
No, this is just
your mic isn't working.
A BYU. This is a BYU person like hanging out in here recording our conversation. Delete them, remove them, get them out of here.
Who cares? They're recording.
If they want to be a BYU student who doesn't know how to use their fucking mic or webcam, they can get the fuck out of the chat. That's what I think. Anyway.
So, what do you know about Brigham Young University?
Well, I know a lot. My name is I'm not going to say my full name. I'm Robbie, and I am a ballroom dancer. I'm a ballroom dancing boy.
Well, what do you know about
I've got a photo. You want to see the photo? There's a Mormon girl. I cut her face out of the photo. I'm a very ballroom dancing-esque boy.
All right, show me.
From Utah. I'm very gay. Oh, you want to see it? Okay, so you do want to see the photo. See? You see it. You and Jim are both fucking whores for content. Let me get you. Hold on.
Okay, wait, what? Did you just call me a whore?
No, whores for content. Anytime I can show a photo or a video or a skit or anything.
You asked me if I want to see the damn photo.
Send it on down. Send it on down. Let's show it.
Let's show it. Month. What do you mean?
No, and I'm so glad you're actually streaming tonight.
We're like 3 hours in. Like, you think anybody's watching this shit? They're not.
No, but I'm so glad you're streaming tonight. No, for sure.
No,
Jim is. You know what? The people that matter are. So we know that. So anyways, let's see.
I ain't heard from Jim.
Add to your shirt.
But I got a new number.
Well, Jim's got a lot going on. Jim's blowing up on YouTube. He's going places.
All right, well, go Jim.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of people like Grandma out there who don't like Jim, but you know what, Grandma? Sleep and weep. Sleeper, weeper.
Rob. We got to talk about
what?
Your anger. We got to talk off air about the anger. Listen, sir, I'm a Gemini, but my moon.
I like Grandma. I just see a lot of people's attitudes like hers. You know, why do we just excuse her for her bad attitude? What the fuck?
How does she have a bad attitude?
She's rude. She's very rude.
All right, there we go. This is working now.
Thule, do you think it's just Grandma is very rude? Because I think she has a bad attitude, and I think she's rude as fuck. What do you think, Thule?
Man, I tell you what, this has been a lot of drama. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Are you in Provo? Are you in Provo?
Robbie,
or
shut up before I beat
right
you.
Now.
Dude, so what do you think?
Okay, here's what I would boil it down to. There's going to be a lot of people with different belief systems, right, who are going to be seen as having different allegiances because they
maybe
are
lying
kind
about
to
Jesus,
other people and are
lying
open
about
to other
Jesus.
beliefs.
Okay, go ahead, throw it out there. Say we're lying about Jesus to the American people. Just throw it out there. Don't put a spin on it. Just give it to us straight.
But if you want to be intolerant, you're going to have to allow for people to have those beliefs. You have to allow it. If you don't allow
I don't want to be intolerant.
I'm
from Provo, Utah.
You are
no, that was perfect. I don't want to be intolerant.
No, you do want to be intolerant. You have a
You are.
reactionary disposition.
No, okay,
that
excuse me.
causes
Opposite wise,
you to
I want to be
intolerant.
exactly like them. Exactly. I want to remove them from society because they don't belong here. That's right. Thank you.
I think that kind of speaks for itself then.
They don't belong here.
I'm going to co-sign that. Speaks for itself.
Boom. Speaks for itself. Doesn't belong here. You heard it here first. The Mormons need to fucking pack it up and walk on back to Missouri. What's the next question?
There wasn't any question. It's just a statement. Dusel, please continue.
Well, honestly, that's it. There's this, we live in a time today
Would-
where we like to
do you
believe
think
we're
that?
intolerant. We like to believe we're open-minded.
Are you
And
Mormon? You sound like a
I
Mormon.
am not. I'm not
Okay.
a Mormon. But
You just sound like
but
an
do you-
intellectual. That's all.
Robbie,
Like,
if you
there's
could
a lot
let
of.
him speak, please.
Sorry.
I understand that we live in a time now. The idea of being open-minded, right, is seen as a positive attribute, right? However, in practice, to actually be open-minded and tolerant is far more difficult than people realize. And I think this is what's playing out here. If you use this opportunity as an exercise in tolerance, you might be able to learn from this, but we'll see. Again, this is going to be a refining moment for you.
I fully agree. Fully agree. I don't think I could have said that better myself. But
The
that's
thing
the
about
thing.
intolerance here, I really
hold on, Robbie.
appreciate that.
Hold on, Robbie. Let me speak, please. It is my channel. Just let me speak for a sec. You know, I'm being tolerant of you because I see your anger. And anger does cover for other emotions, whether it's hurt, fear, any of those things. Anger is actually really not a real emotion. It usually covers other things. So I'm trying to get to what is really bothering you. And
It's hate. I have a lot of hate in my heart for Mormons. Any other questions?
well, that would be probably because they have hurt you quite a bit, I would assume.
Yeah, and I can't do anything about that except for hurt them back and try to take more rights away from them and try to even the playing field and
Do
really
you understand
get it level,
by
right?
what you are
Got to get it
saying?
level for these idiots. Go
Do
ahead.
you understand that by what you are saying, that you're only hurting yourself?
I don't care at this point because I'm from Utah and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter if what I say helps
Well,
or
it
hurts
does.
me. No,
does
fuck
matter.
it. Fuck no, it doesn't. Look, there's gay
it
kids in
does.
the desert out there in fucking Utah. All right, there's some shit going on. Nobody here is willing to discuss. And you know what? Mitt Romney, he legalized polygamy in the dead of the night, 2020. There is a documentary on not Netflix, on YouTube, our favorite platform. YouTube. Go on YouTube, look it up. Sister Wives. It's a 2.5-hour fucking expose.
Oh, I watched Sister Wives. I know all about it.
Oh, did you see the documentary that just came out on YouTube last night about it?
They've
interviewed
not seen
all
that,
the
but I
kids.
always
The
keep
kids
up
are
with
like,
it.
our parents are fucking psychopaths who are in a cult. It's all because of the Mormon church. And it's like, they wanted to like preface it like, we want to be careful with this documentary because, the Mormon church is really, you know what? How about this? Polygamy wouldn't exist in the United States if it weren't the fucking Mormon church. You fucks. How about that? Fucking put that in your
I
fucking
agree.
Brigham Young blunt and smoke it. Fucks. Oh, it pisses me off. And they want to focus on me like I'm the gay problem. I'm the gay Robbie. Gay Robbie's getting married. I don't even want to get married. I don't even have anybody I want to get married to. I just don't want you to try to take my rights away when you need a fucking wagon wheel walk across the desert, Grandma.
Did you say grandma again?
Yes.
Why?
She pissed me off. She's talking shit to me. And she deserves it.
Okay,
I don't know why you like her so
I'm
much.
going to look
Why do
back
you like her so? Who
at
is
the
she?
last couple of grandma comments and what
Is
she
she your
said.
grandma? Is she literally your grandma? Is it your grandma?
She's not. But what she
Fuck.
said was, I have not been rude, which is true.
She's been
And then she said
rude to me.
again,
Incredibly unfair to me.
and I have
Incredibly
not been
disfavorable to
rude
me.
nor hateful.
I can
and
see what's
that is
going on with
true,
her.
Robbie.
We know exactly what's going on with her. I've got a lot of friends on YouTube and a lot of mods that are gunning. I don't care about my mod badge or whatever, but we know exactly what neighborhood she's in. So no, go ahead and take my mod or whatever the hell, whatever she says. It's okay. So this
I'm
lady
more
keeps talking
trying
and
to
she keeps
understand you
well, she
than
keeps
judge
talking and
you.
she keeps talking and discrediting
But
herself.
she's
What else
not
does she
saying
have to say?
anything bad.
Well, yeah, she is.
It's
She's
hard to
fucking
be
naysaying
wrong,
me.
but you are wrong
About what? About the Mormons?
about coming for her.
Oh, okay. That's not even what I'm talking about tonight. I don't even care about her.
That's what I'm
I-
talking about.
Let's move her to the side.
Because
Like
I
she can
agree
go.
with you
She can
about the
just
Mormon
fucking
religion.
fly above the head. Like, look, Grandma. Hey, look, I'll say it again, Grandma. I'm really sorry. Please don't at me in chat. You know what? Here's what I'll do, Grandma. I'm gonna go ahead and block you in the chat so I don't have to see your comments. And that is going to be how I deal with you. And I don't have to worry about you. And I'd encourage you to do the same with me. And then you know what? We don't have to deal with each other. How's that? That's how I deal with people from Utah. And I think it's a wonderful way to deal with people from Utah. In fact, I
So,
recommend
would you like
everybody
to
deal with
say
people from
anything?
Utah the
Hold
same
on,
way.
Robbie. Robbie, hold on. Dusu, can you tell me how to say your name, and then would you?
No, you said it
like-
perfectly. Thank you.
Dusa?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to hear from you. You have a very calming voice, and
Thank
you
you.
sound very logical. So
Well, I'll say, again, I haven't been in this for too long, but it seems
I know
to
that
me,
Grandma.
and
Hey, I'm
forgive
sorry.
me.
Let me say this.
no,
Grandma hates
Robbie,
Jim
he
Terry.
was just about to speak.
I'm going.
So I need you to be quiet.
She
for a
can't
minute.
say shit to me about Jim Terry and then not.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute Robbie. Dusal, please continue.
Well, if I'm going to be completely honest and blunt, it seems to me that perhaps Robbie doesn't have the disposition necessary to hold, maybe that position as a moderator, or at least at this time, perhaps due to the nature of this topic. And again, some people, there are certain things that might be difficult for them to handle. They may be triggered by certain topics that kind of prevent them from acting in better judgment. So this may be one of them. And in other areas, maybe he's great. That's just my 2 cents. Again, I don't have a full picture. I haven't been around for very long. But yeah, it definitely seems like this is charged, very emotionally charged.
Well, I can say that I've known Robbie for quite some time, and I've never seen this version of Robbie because usually we get on very well. He's very funny. We have great banter, and there's not a problem. So I'm not sure what is happening,
Well, that's
but
why I mentioned
I
about
don't
like,
want to attack him. He left, and that's fine. But I don't want to attack him because it's clear that there's a lot of anger going on here.
yeah.
But it definitely should not come at the cost of Grandma, who has done nothing.
Yeah, and that's why it
Agreeing on
seemed
that.
like, yeah, and that's why it seemed like with this particular topic that that may be where it triggered such a stark difference in his behavior and what you've known of him in the past. And so either maybe try to avoid those type of topics in the future, or should try to find another way to avoid it. Yeah, it's tough to say. I'm not in that position myself. But yeah, clearly, as you stated, it seems like this particular situation has caused him to act out atypically.
Yeah, he was saying earlier, and he's still in the chat. Hi, Robbie. But that he's been on other live streams. And I think this is a really good example of what you take in is what you become. And he's kind of making that point here himself, which is a little ironic, but
True.
it is what it is. But this is true. And he's quoting this, Robbie is saying,
Nietzsche,
he who
yeah.
fights with monsters might take care lest he thereby become a monster. And if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. Robbie, that was literally the perfect quote for what is actually happening, because you said earlier that you have been on all these live streams and you were angry. And so then you come here where no one was angry. We're talking about true crime and all of those things. And then you just, you have some anger. I don't know what other live streams you were on or what the topic was, but a lot of anger towards Mormonism. I understand why. I know ex-Mormons. I know the pitfalls and all of those things that I spoke about, but grandma is she's not your enemy. She's not the target. She's not a Mormon. She lives on the East Coast. She's a Christian, in fact. And that's what she is. Quite frankly, this is not a religious channel. This is not a political channel. This is true crime channel. So I don't care what your political beliefs are, what your religious beliefs are. I have my own. I might share them with you if I feel inclined. I don't at this moment, but it just doesn't really matter to me because this channel is about true crime. So, Robbie, I put my number in this chat. Feel free to call me and we can talk about some stuff because you have some things going on. Friends, that's what they do. I'm not going to just completely obliviate. I can't speak.
That's
Just
good.
yeah, just go at you because it's just all of this is uncalled for, frankly. So, but if you want to chat, just hit me up. I'll be there. Grandma, again, I am really sorry. And Thusu, thank you. Just thank you for being
Sure.
a voice of reason and someone that has logic. And I don't know what brought you here because I've never seen you here before.
Well, I just kind of randomly was doing some searches, looking up different live chats, saw that you had one. Oh, this is interesting. Then saw it sort of devolve into this. I thought, I'll just bring in my 2 cents.
This is not typically a drama channel, just so you know.
I
I
got
don't
that
want you to
sense. Yeah.
get that impression. But yeah, I love to interact with my subscribers. I don't know if you are, but in my about section is my email. Feel free to email me. People do email me, and we talk about true crime. I do have a Discord channel as well, and we talk about stuff in there as well. So
Sounds good.
I can tell you're just a really logical person, and I like people
Yeah, I
like
try to
that.
be. Yeah. I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
as susceptible as anyone to irrational and emotional behaviors, as we're all human, but we try to allow reason, logic, and compassion to
What is
to
your
lead us.
sign?
I do not know. I don't
Okay, so
recall that, to be honest.
just birth month and day.
Oof, I don't know. That's a lot of information. Well, let me ask you this. Maybe if
Birth
I may,
month and
forgive
day?
me. Well,
No
if I may,
year.
sure. But if I may, does my does my demeanor or behavior, does it reflect any particular signs in any way?
I'm going to guess that you're an air sign because
Okay.
of your ability to communicate as well as you are. I'm going to venture to say that you could be an Aquarius.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
so I'm a Gemini, just so you know.
Okay. I don't really
So
know what that means, to be honest, but
okay,
maybe
so
I'll look into it.
my birth month and day is May 28th.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so there's no year involved. But what is yours? Like what is your sign? Like you can look it up and just tell me and not tell me your birth
Okay, how about that?
month or
Let me
day at
let me
all.
take a look real quick. One
Okay,
sec, and I'll
fair
see.
enough. All right.
I'm kind of curious. Again, I'm somewhat
I'm
ignorant of this.
curious as well. I'm curious. It's kind of funny that you've never. That tells me you're not a Gemini because everybody that's a Gemini seems to know they're a Gemini, but you Don't. So I'm gonna guess you're not a Gemini. I'm gonna guess you're either an Aquarius or possibly a Libra, but I'm still leaning more towards Aquarius.
So from what I looked
If you
up,
turn
it's kind
out
of
to
hard
be a
to.
Taurus, go ahead.
Well, again, I'm just going on. Was it Google or something? I believe it is a. I believe it is a Libra.
Shocking. So shocking.
Is that?
So unsurprisingly shocking.
Oh, gotcha.
Um, okay. I said the air signs, there's only three Gemini, myself, Libra, yourself, and Aquarius. But I didn't want to believe that you were a Libra, but here you are. So
Oh, why's that?
uh no reason. I get on well usually with Libras.
Gotcha.
You're well spoken, and Libras are very expressive with their words. And if there's anything a Gemini understands, it's words. We love words, word play, just all of that. Like I'm all about that. So like my it's not my favorite rapper, but like Little Wayne, one of my favorite lines from one of his rap songs was real G's move like silence. Oh wait, I screwed that up. Real G's move in silence like lasagna.
I don't even know what that means.
Isn't that great? Like, and he's a Libra, so it's kind of funny, you
Oh,
know.
okay.
Yeah, but I just like I heard that line when I was younger. Like I heard the song, and I was like, I like that, and I kept saying it to other people, and they were like, I don't get it, and I'm like, what do you mean? Real G's move in silence like lasagna. There, you don't hear the G in lasagna. Like that's the point of the sentence, you know. But it was like beyond people or something. So
Take it too
I don't.
literally. Yeah.
Yeah, like when I meet someone that can communicate like this, it's always like a hi, nice to meet you. Um, yeah. So
That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I've never thought about the impact that these signs and stuff have. I don't know. I guess perhaps I'm somewhat naive romanticist. I think, oh man, this idea of signs, which I usually equate to dating and such. It's like, man, I don't want to just put people in a box. I'm always hesitant to not be open minded when it comes to that.
well, you think about it, it's silly. It's just
I don't know.
silly.
Maybe I should. I'm still single, so maybe that's why I have to start looking into that.
Well, it is silly, but I have been looking at astrology since I was a teenager, and it's crazy because like in my younger years, like I'm 41. So like in my 20s when I would like go out to bars and stuff, I would start telling people, I'd be like, "What are you?" And they would tell me like, "Oh, Capricorn or, Virgo or whatever." And I would say, "Oh, okay, so you're this and this and this." And they'd be like, "How do you know me?" And by like the end of the night, I would have like this whole crowd around me. I really could have put like a tip jar out there and probably like made some money, but I'm stupid. So I just told everybody all their shit for free. And but it was fun. And I don't know. I found out that I was a Gemini and I was like, oh, what's that mean? Because I'm just like curious by nature. I want to
Yeah,
know things. Like
same here.
knowledge is everything. So yeah, I looked into everything about Gemini. I learned and I was like, holy shit, like this is me. I don't know how this is me, but that's me. And then it took a little while, but then after that I started to want to know about other people. Like, oh, he's a Sagittarius. Well, what's that mean? So I'd look that up and I'd figure it out and I'd watch him and watch different things and I learned people and it's just really crazy. I don't know, like if somebody tells me their sign, like I kind of already know how you are, or like a just like an overlay of who you are, not an in-depth. Obviously everyone is different, but just like an overview pretty much, if that makes sense.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there like a compatibility when it comes to signs, like in terms
Oh
of
yeah.
dating and such?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because like I'm a strong believer in compatibility, but I never took it. I've seen that. I think maybe I looked at it more from a
When you
sort of a
say
social psychological.
compatibility though, what does that mean to you? Because
Sure.
to me that means sharing like base core values, like in
Hmm.
the way that I'm not a drug addict, so I expect you not to be one as well. Like that's not a route I would take, or things like that.
I guess to me, it's very similar to that in terms of core values. Also, the way you think, the way you carry yourself, in terms of
Yes.
compatibility. Uh, it's it's not that you have to be exactly the same, but I think there are certain traits and characteristics among people that tend to work either in sync, or they tend to work almost like water and oil, right? And they can create combativeness or tension. So try to limit those characteristics and temperaments that might uh, lead to tension, and also providing similar values so that you know where you're going. Maybe it's just my logical nature, but if I'm looking at a relationship, for example, I'm not just thinking, okay, I'm going and having fun, right? Which a lot of people do. They sort of start in with, I'm just going to go out and meet someone who I'm attracted to, have that spark, and then we'll see if it kind of something comes from that. I'm sort of the opposite. I'm like, I'm going to look at it as if, is this something that's going to be for the long term? Is this someone that's going to be compatible for you know marriage,
I
children?
agree with everything that you're saying, but I also think that both of our signs are extremely similar, and we have a tendency to overanalyze.
Oh yeah,
And
that's me.
when you overanalyze something, you can ruin it. You can almost build a tension up so much that it fizzles out, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, no, I understand. Like I've noticed that it's that, as you say, over analyzing. In a way, it's almost a burden, and it's a burden on the other person.
Yes.
It's not fair to the other person, to place that.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really not. Like, I could not agree with you more. But yes, the over analyzing, and also I don't know if Libras, I don't think that Libras suffer from this as much as Geminis, but Geminis we're extremely confident people, but we are also very self-doubting, even when we shouldn't be. Like, we're perfectly capable of something, and we'll find a million ways of, oh my god, no, we can't do that.
Sure.
No, I'm gonna fail this way, or I'm not gonna. And then if we don't think that we're gonna live up to it, we don't do it. So that's a flaw.
Yeah. I mean, it can be good. I mean, having that deep level of introspection can certainly be beneficial, but if only if it's sort of tempered with moderation and reason, or maybe just a reasonable amount. Because yeah, too deeply thinking and downing too much can just cause you to essentially stall, and to not move forward, and prevent a lot of progress.
Yeah. And I feel like that's what the over analyzing does. And I just have a really bad tendency to do that. I've been trying to change that for like several years. Like, stop over analyzing everything. Like, sometimes just let things be as they are.
Mhm.
And when I do that, I'm so much happier.
But it's a fear. I think it's a fear, at least for me, because you see what can happen. I've seen it, at least with other people I've known, friends. It's like this fear that you will get into a situation that you don't fully know, understand, or don't have a backup plan. You know what I mean? It's and I don't know if again this ties into signs, but there's some people who just go in without any planning, right? They're just
They're
spontaneous, right?
careless, they're reckless, they
Sure.
are um if I'm gonna take you more into the metaphysical world with tarot cards, and I'll tell you that the people that you're speaking of, the Fool card, which is the very first card in a tarot deck, would represent those people. They just take that leap of faith without thinking of the repercussions, or what I like to think of those people. I know exactly who you're talking about, is that they only see the very short term right in front of them. They don't see the big picture. And when I look at things, I always look in the long term, in the big picture of what is this?
Hmm.
What is this going to be? And I usually can see that, you know, and so when other people can, I I don't judge them, but I'm just kind of like, what are you not seeing that why am I seeing this, but you're not? Like, you know what I mean?
No, exactly. No, it frustrates me sometimes. I feel like, why can't this other person be on the same page? It seems so obvious to
Yeah.
me. I've had to sort
Yeah.
of humble myself over the years. I'm at age now
Yes.
where it's like I've been to, I was like, okay, I need to sort of
You don't want to
pull back.
sound like an asshole. Because
Exactly.
as of tonight, someone said to me, "You always think you're the smartest person in the room." And I was like, "No, I don't." Because I do firmly believe that the day that you think yourself unteachable is the day that your brain dies. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
there are people, like, I have my special interests that I could talk on for hours, but other people teach me things that I know nothing about. Like, my friend Sammy has taught me so many things about Australian culture, life, the continent itself. I don't know about that shit. She taught me that, you know. So there, but I could just name so many other examples, and it's just, so do I think I'm intelligent? Yes, I would classify myself as that. Would I classify myself as the most intelligent person in the room? No, because I think this goes back to the Einstein quote with, like, the fish and the tree. You know, like, just different people know different things or are very schooled in different subjects. So I'm not schooled in all subjects. Therefore, I could never be the smartest person in the room. If that, am I making
Sure.
sense or am I
No, of
rambling?
course. And also, we need to have that, because if we just rely on highlighting, as you said, intelligence, or as what we perceive as being the most intelligent in the room, what happens is we can ignore the value that comes from other people's experiences and input, right? Because if we think, well, there's only one line of thinking, our intelligence, that's most important. But by taking a more humble approach and being able to appreciate what everyone sort of inputs and experiences they have, we act more as a community, as a society, as one, as opposed to just being individuals who are competing with one another. It feels sometimes like a competition, especially in certain circles, whether it be in academia or what have you, or business. It's almost like there's a leap to see like who's at the forefront, right? Who's leading, etc. But I don't know. I maybe again because it's getting in their age, but I feel like we need to start appreciating everyone, regardless of where they're at.
I agree. I'm sorry. It's just been brought to my attention. Robbie, I don't know what you're doing. Um, People are calling for your ranch, and I'm not even that kind of creator. Like, I don't hold wrenches over people's heads. It's an imaginary wrench. And it's just really people that love me and like to, well, not love me or enjoy me, whatever. I don't know what word to use here. I feel weird. But it's like that thing, like, I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what to do
Yeah,
here. Like, this is
sure.
ridiculous. Not sure why you're behaving this way, but it's just completely uncalled for. And yeah, you're just gonna, you gotta go. Um,
Yeah, this is an
so
unenviable situation and position you're in.
Well, it's just why. I feel like I've given enough patience, leeway, whatever you want to call it, for him to say what the hell is wrong with you. Vent your frustrations. Please don't do it at grandma because she did nothing to you. I don't know how else to say that without getting angry, because now I'm angry. He's going on and on in the chat and being ridiculous. It's just, why? For what? What is this doing for you?
Yeah, and I agree. To a point, it becomes almost self-serving, and you feel compassion. You don't want. I'll say this: I've never been in that position. I've never held a wrench, or a moderator role whatsoever.
I
But
never wanted to. It just,
yeah,
it
it's
didn't
one of
make
those
sense to
necessary things.
anyone, but yeah, I never, I was made a moderator in another creator's chat, and I asked them to take it because I'm not a moderator.
Yeah,
When
same
I
here.
watch live streams, I rarely comment. I just watch them, I NT it, I dissect it, I analyze it, and I move on. But I'm just not the kind of person that wants to, oh, let's fight over wrenches and things like that. And grandma's not doing that. I'm not saying that about grandma at all. I'm not. I understand where Robbie is coming from. This angry place that is crazy misdirected at grandma, but that doesn't make it right. Just because I understand what's happening with you doesn't make it right that you do this. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to. I think it's tough to know for
I
some
have
people
to
how.
be just on my channel. I have to be. I think there was a long time and a long period where he could have sincerely apologized or turned this around and maybe really just truly talked about some things that were bothering him, because that was obvious. But he just chose not to do that. And so my action is a reaction to his action. But I don't like this kind of stuff. I don't give a shit if there's 10 people in here, 250 people in here. I don't care. It's just not acceptable. I get that it's really late. Not a lot of people, and that's fine. But it doesn't matter. You don't get to behave this way towards another human being who has done nothing to you. Grandma, again, I'm going to apologize. I am sorry. I was really trying to get him to come around and talk some stuff out that obviously is built up within him. That did not happen. I'm sorry. You're welcome. You're welcome, love. I really don't understand that. That was really weird to me. Um, yeah.
Yeah, we don't know what people's lives go to too. A lot of people. Again, I don't know. Maybe you know everyone personally in real life. I'm not sure, but when it comes to this virtual space, online social media climate, it's there's so much hidden. There's so much people live that others don't see. That's not presented in a video or in a stream or in a post. It's just, I think, a consequence of the time we live in. We think we know people.
I think
but
it's unfortunate when a person feels like they have no other outlet than to come on to social media and just sort of pick a target and
true,
go at
true.
that person because of whatever is bothering them. And that's something that, when that started happening in this chat, I suggested therapy. I believe Allie did as well. I think Grandma said something about that as well. So it wasn't people just attacking him and that sort of thing. There were suggestions made, and they weren't made in jest. So, and that goes for really anyone, and even me. If I ever come onto a live stream and you guys notice that I'm really angry or I'm really combative or I'm just spewing out things, feel free to reach out to me privately and say, "Hey, Jess, that wasn't you, and I don't know what's going on, but you want to talk about it, or do you want to talk to somebody else about it, or something?" Because that's just not okay. Um, I don't know what else to say about that.
I think
Uh,
you said everything perfectly.
Melissa, save me is what I want, really. All right, do you want to cam up?
Unfortunately, I don't have a cam. I only have a mic and headphones, so I can't
Really?
at the moment. Yeah.
What part of the country are you from, if you don't mind? You don't have to say it if you don't want to.
Well, I'll say this: I'm from the United States,
Okay.
so I tend to stay in the big cities. I've actually been around a bit, but right now I'm in a pretty big city.
You sound East Coast to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Kinda. Like, I would pick, like, if you were East Coast, I would pick like the northern states, like Vermont, like
Okay.
Connecticut, something like that.
Or a lot of the
But
Ivy Leagues. Yeah.
yeah, um, I'm on the East Coast. So, but
Gotcha.
you could be like Washington-ish, something in there. I don't know.
Okay, so maybe either East Coast or West Coast.
You're just definitely not Southern.
You know what? I'll give you that. Not Southern.
Yeah, we can agree on that you're not Southern. So all that's X out, but yeah, you do. I think you're on the West or the East Coast, one of them. I'm just not sure where, but again, United States, which I can tell, obviously, like you're
It could have
definitely
been
not
Canada,
British.
though. Yeah,
You're not
not British.
Australian. You're not Chinese.
No,
You're not Mexican.
no.
Why do I picture you as like the most whitest of white guys?
I get that a lot. No,
Yeah, I'm picturing you like a baseball hat backwards and
no,
like a
definitely not
goatee.
that. I don't do the baseball hat backwards. I'll say
Oh
that.
no, baseball hat backwards. Okay.
Add to that.
Goatee, glasses, I'm not sure yet.
Hmm. Maybe just the way I speak gives off glasses.
Well, I don't know. That's why I said I'm unsure. Um,
Hmm.
and then I'll say you're probably about 5'10", 5'11".
Hmm. Maybe a little higher. Maybe a little taller.
6 foot. How much taller are you gonna get?
It's true.
Um,
That's true.
yeah. So yeah, that's how. Why do I feel like you're are you a ginger?
Oof. Darn it. I want to say now.
Why a oof? My dad was a ginger. That's insulting.
No. I'm not saying no. It's
I'm
just
joking.
funny that you'd say that.
No, my dad it was actually a ginger, but
Okay, so you got that in your genes then.
yeah. But I'm Native American. My dad had red hair and blue eyes, and then my mom is Native. So I definitely look like my mom's side of the family.
Interesting. Was your mom predominantly native ancestry, or was it a mixture of
Half.
native? Okay, so native, and I assume maybe northeastern European or southern European, Hispanic, or
No, yes, Hispanic.
okay,
And then
mestizo.
white. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's hard sometimes to differentiate, ancestry. And so I think a lot of people, especially when they do their genetic tests, they always surprised, when they see different places they don't expect. They think that they're going to see their region they grew up, or it's very surprising.
Yeah, we're Pima. We're my tribe is out of Arizona. Um, our most famous thing is Ira Hayes. Is my great grandmother's first cousin. He's the guy that you see that famous World War II picture where they were pushing up the flag at Hiroshima.
Of course. You mean
Uh,
Iwo Jima?
yes. The guy's hand that was not touching when the picture was taken, that's Ira Hayes.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah. So, and then Johnny Cash like wrote a song about him, literally titled Ira Hayes. Um, but yeah, he's just like revered with Marines. Like, you ask any Marine and they all know who he is. It's so weird.
That's
Um,
interesting.
I know. It's so crazy. Like I was playing this game for a couple of years on and off, Game of Thrones Conquest, because I'm a big Game of Thrones fan. So Game of Thrones Conquest, such a money grab of a game, but like huge money grab of a game. But a lot of military and police play this game. And a lot of them, like the Marines, oh, if I would say Ira Hayes, they were like, oh, and I was like, wow. It's kind of like really extreme. Like he's like a legend to them, sort of. So just cool that, he's my
Yeah, that's
ancestor.
awesome legacy.
Yeah. I thought that was cool. But he actually has a really sad story. So,
Oh, I'm
you
sorry
know,
to hear
have you ever considered co-hosting a YouTube channel or a podcast?
that. No, I have not. I kind of like being a viewer, I suppose. I like
How old
seeing.
are you? You're in
Oof.
your 30s. I
Relative
think you're in your mid 30s.
question. um, Actually, I'm kind of close to your age. I think you told your age earlier, so somewhere around there.
Okay. So you've never like done a podcast or been live,
No.
or have you?
Well, I mean, I've been live in the sense that I've talked to people live, but no, I've never actually hosted anything.
I'm out, Robbie. This sucks. Listen, I'm having a conversation. So if you guys don't like it, leave. I don't care. Anyway, what were you saying,
No,
Dusu?
I was just saying that I've contributed a lot in terms of discussions. I enjoy talking. I enjoy
Me
sort
too.
of intellectual conversations. Certainly, it's my academic background, but yeah, I enjoy talking. But I've never hosted. I tend to be more of a contributor than sort of leader of it.
Yeah. People love drama. They
Yeah,
love it.
it's true.
No,
I'm
it's so ridiculous. In the true crime community, okay? So we're talking about true crime. It's grisly, it's ugly, there's really nothing good about it. And then people create this drama on top of it. And it's like these creators are fighting with each other and they're doing all this craziness, and male YouTubers are dating their female subscribers because it's 90% female
oh wow,
viewer rate. I know that from my own analytics. I just it's weird because I have covered cases like while they were breaking, but it gets so insane that I just stopped going live.
yeah,
Like I was dealing with hi Ray. I was dealing with like my own life stuff and things like that. And I was just like, I don't want to be a part of this. Like, I just don't want to be a part of this. Like this shit is crazy. It's ridiculous. And it's absurd. And
Yeah.
it's really just disrespectful, like, to the victims, to their families, like, to all of it. And I was like, I don't want to be a part of this, like, at all.
Is you
I'm
mentioned
gonna
that?
have to mute for a sec,
Sorry,
but go
sure, go
ahead.
ahead. No, you mentioned about statistics on women, and I just wonder if that maybe draws people into more of a drama, filled environment. I'm not sure if this is a. I wonder why that is. I wonder why it's disproportionately women. I don't know what that says about our culture, society, gender roles, etc. But it's interesting.
I'm sorry. I am arguing with my 11-year-old at 2:33 a.m. on a Saturday. He's up, and so you can't see it, but like right here where my hand is tapping is a whole outside freezer. It's full of food, but so is the actual refrigerator in the house. It's full of food. And I'm like, there's stuff, like, eat something. And I don't even know why you're awake. Why are you awake? Like, it's like 2:30 in the morning. This is like life.
Having
Okay.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
hear you.
Yeah. Well, I'm a night owl, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. But I'm gonna close this. I wish you would cam up. Are you like really, you know what? Let's talk about this for a sec.
Sure. What's that?
Because so many people are very afraid to, like, show themselves online.
True. True.
Why?
Um, maybe. I mean, if we're just going to speak very generally, I'm sure it's because of fear of being uh, scrutinized, fear of having judgment passed, fear of being exposed. Right. I mean, again, maybe it's the opposite for some people. Perhaps some people want to be seen, but it may go into the different personality and traits that people have. Some people might be more reserved, more fearful. Some people may be more or less cautious and just simply throw themselves out there, kind of like the dating world. Some people are reckless and they go out and they just want to meet people, right, without thinking about the future, the ramifications. And maybe it's the same thing with the social media. And some people throw themselves out there, and others are like, "Nah, I'm reserved. I'm going to stay hidden."
I honestly, if I could never cam up, I wouldn't.
You would?
I
You
made
would never?
myself do that tonight because I haven't done that in the last live streams and stuff. Yeah, I
Gotcha.
just wouldn't because my looks have been scrutinized, my shoulders, my
Ah,
makeup, my just all of that. And like I'm just over
gotcha.
here like, yo, I just want to talk about how this dude like killed his whole family. That sounds really blasé and rude, but that's really what I want to do. And these people are like worried about like how like wide my
Mm,
shoulders are. And I'm like,
yeah.
okay.
But
Not
then
really
maybe
seeing how that's relevant, but okay.
that's true. But in a way, it's maybe that's sort of the unavoidable nature of human interaction. Even if we want to stay within a certain track, right, or a certain topic, uh, I think we're motivated, whether we consciously or unconsciously, towards certain biases, right, or motivations. And so, yeah, we come together perhaps in this center for a topic on crime, right? But inevitably, things bubble up because we're complex social creatures. We we can't help but start to critique or to judge a situation, overthink it, right? Or maybe we have other things in our lives that it bubbles bubbles over into communities such as this. I think it's almost unavoidable.
What is the case that you're currently following the most right now?
Oh, I'll be honest, I'm not actually following any cases right now. I
Really?
came in kind of fresh and ignorant. Yeah, yeah. This is purely out of curiosity.
Wow. Um, okay. Well, welcome to the true crime genre, even though we have not been talking about that at all. So, what's the true crime case that you know the most about?
Hmm. Shoot. To be honest, I don't think there is any, really. That's kind of why I was fascinated with this. Like, oh, this sounds interesting. Like a true, I kind of want to learn. So I kind
You
of
don't know
come in
about
here
any
somewhat
true
green.
crime cases ever?
I'm sure I have, yeah. I'm just nothing that really comes to mind right now at the top of my head.
Like, not even like the OJ case or like the
Oh,
really
sure, I suppose so.
the
Um,
Casey Anthony case.
I've heard of those. I think what it is I have such a, hi- I think I've always had such a passing um, interest in such things that if you see a article or you hear about it, so I know of it through in that way, passingly, but I've never actually delved into it before.
What did you take in college?
Well, uh, quite a bit, to be honest. I have taken quite a few STEM courses. That's where my most of my career is in. Uh, so it stems in mathematics, stems in technology, with some
I
in
had a
physics
very good
elsewhere.
feeling that math was going to be the first word out of your mouth.
Well, but you know what? I haven't had just that, to be honest. I know this sounds weird, but for quite a few years, I did actually break away for a bit, and I started going to more of the social sciences. So I delved into like psychology, sociology, anthropology, but never deeply. The thing is, even though that's my academic background, my personal background, if I'm going to be completely honest, was more around music. And so being a classically trained musician, yeah, that
Do
was
you
really where
play
my heart
guitar?
was. Hmm?
Do you play guitar?
No, no, I've only ever played the piano. So
Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
so I mean
I
that's where my
learned
heart is.
how
But
to play the the organ.
yeah, I played
I
the organ.
learned,
Hmm.
yeah, I learned how to play the organ when I was really young because at
Nice.
my dad's aunt's house, so my great aunt, she had an organ and she would always have these barbecues and she had an outdoor pool, and it was great. And I learned how to play the organ and I loved it. Um,
With the bass pedals and everything on your feet.
yeah, it was
Nice.
great. Like she had all these books and like me and my cousins, like we would just sit there and we would play and it was just awesome. Like, but
That's awesome.
I always wanted to learn the guitar. I never did. Um, I've tried it. I'm not good at it. I'm actually really good at drums.
Oh, okay.
I like the drums. I was really good at that. But anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know many instruments, but I do. I knew what I knew pretty well. So yeah, just keep that personal. But career wise, it's all the other stuff I mentioned.
So psych wise, what was the most
Yes.
interesting thing that you learned in psychology?
Psychology. I think probably the conscious and unconscious motivations we have, kind of alluded to earlier. Just this idea that we as human beings are so unaware of much of our cognitive behavioral, um, I guess, aspects. So we think we know why we do what we do. We think we perceive the world in a certain way and it's static, but the way that we can sort of manipulate our environment and the way that we can be manipulated by our environment, that's probably one of the most interesting aspects of psychology. Also, the notion of nurture versus nature. The idea that how much of who I am, my identity, is based on some predisposed genetic predisposition, as opposed to how much of it is formed, right? Whether it be through upbringing or my own free will. It's this complex interplay of many different factors, and that's what I think
I've
truly.
always been fascinated with nature versus nurture.
Yeah.
And I just ultimately have come to the conclusion that it's both. It just
Oh yeah,
has to be both.
definitely, and that's,
Uh,
I think.
Go ahead.
No, I agree. I think that's what most people have sort of come to the conclusion of. And again, it seems like, oh, we've figured it out. No, it's that. If anything, that makes it more complicated. Because, like, well, what's the interplay between genetics and environment, right? How much of it is important? How do you weigh these different factors, right, and influences? Because when you think about when you are a child,
Class.
yeah.
Class
So
a huge division. Um, there's just so many different factors. What kind of parenting system did you have? Two party, one party, which gender? There's just so many different nurture and then the nature part of it, where you grew up, what was the influence there, what was the climate, the social climate there. All of those things factor in. But I think at the end of the day, the two most important people, especially in the first, couple of years of a human being's life, two most important people, hands down, mom and dad. Um,
agreed.
without yeah, without that solid influence, um, you're setting your child up for a lot of potentials that are not good, even though no human is ever going to be perfect. And you can have two actually great parents and a child still turn out horrible. And we see that in true crime. We see those kinds of things. So it's nature versus nurture will always be a thing, and something that always can be debated, talked about, analyzed. And for me, it will never not be interesting. So,
Yeah, and what always fascinates me too is how unpredictable it can be. This notion that, again, I agree with you. Parents are such a strong influence, with the strongest influence, especially in early child development. But at the same time, it doesn't always dictate or predict um, the outcome of child. You could be a great parent, or have great parents that do everything they can reasonably to support their child, and there might be something else, some other factor that kind of goes off the intended course. And makes it even worse. And again, I speak out of ignorance in a certain regard, because I don't have any children. But if but I'm obviously opinionated on it. But if you have as a parent, you have a certain period of time where you're most influential, and then you have to basically give up that influence to their peers, to their teachers and to the other authority figures. So it's yeah, it's a tough time. Imagine as a parent being able to have to relinquish that influence at a certain point, and hope that they're prepared.
it is. I have a 19-year-old daughter that will be 20 this year, and then an 18-year-old son. And they're both very well adjusted humans. Um, my son got a job as soon as he turned 16. Uh, and in May, he will have been there for 2 years. He's never had another job. My daughter, and he graduates this year as well, high school. My daughter's in college. She's worked her same job for 2 years as well. So they're great kids, but for anyone that is delusional enough to believe that a person at 18 is somehow grown, They're not.
That's not true.
Just think of yourself at that age. You're not grown. You're so not grown.
Yeah.
They think they are. They definitely think they
Oh, of
are.
course. Yeah, I did. When I was that age, I thought I had everything figured out.
Yeah, I think about myself at that age and I was like, "Oh yeah." Like I definitely felt like I knew everything. Like I felt way smarter then than I do now. Way smarter.
Yeah, that's so true. The confidence level was so much higher. But you know what? That there's I forgot what the name of it. There's like sort of a study, sort of anecdotal, where you have a graph where it's like the more you know, like there's a certain period or point where the amount you know or learn, it seems like you get to a peak where in terms of confidence once you learn a bit, right? And that's maybe around 18 or so for me. It's like, oh, I'm so confident. But then as you start learning more, especially in other areas of life, and the more you learn at that point, then it's like the less confident you feel and the less you think you know.
Yes. The more I found out, the less I knew. I swear, like my whole as I got older, my whole perception of just the world completely changed. I started questioning things that were solids to me. And I was just like, I don't know shit. Like I came to that conclusion probably like around like 30 something. And I was like, I know
For
nothing.
sure.
Like yeah. So and then you kind of like relearn the world and what you relearn about it is like for me was not really good. I have to say, like I always say this, ignorance is truly bliss. I think being intelligent is a blessing and a curse. It just is. Like
Certainly. Certainly.
I would actually prefer, I've said this multiple times. I would actually prefer to just be completely ignorant of things.
It
I
depends also, yeah, who you're with, because it can feel alienating at times, and some people can look at you differently as well.
Yeah. My best friend of 25 plus years, um, when we were younger, I used to read a lot. So my vocabulary was kind of, it was a little up
Sure,
there.
probably above average. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would just use words that were normal to me, but she would always be like, "You're such a nerd. Like you're such a nerd." And then her husband would say the same thing, like, "Jess, you're such a nerd, blah blah blah," and I would be like, "What do you mean? Like the audaciousness of you people, and it would just be ridiculous." But I learned to like dumb myself down
Yeah, that's so
because
relatable.
yeah, because it just worked better, and I was like, okay, so I have to say things like in the most layman of terms so people just understand me. Um and that sucks. And then when you get around a person that does really understand you and you can say like you're completely audacious and they know what you're saying and they don't need to Google it,
Yep,
it's like a relief, like,
feels
hi.
freeing. Yeah,
Yes,
you
I
can be
can be
yourself.
free with my vocabulary now, you know.
Yep. No, I've had
Um,
that happen to me. No, man, I relate so much to that. I've had friends unknown who, you use a word and they'll look at you and they'll think that you're using that almost pretentiously. Well, no,
yes.
that's the word. Because it's commonplace to you. You're familiar with it. You
Yes.
used it, but it's not to them.
Yeah, like you're just waving your intelligence all around like a
Exactly.
giant penis. Like, look at me. Look how big it is. Look how
Yep.
grand it is. And
You
it's like,
nerd splaining.
no. Yeah, I'm just kind of talking here. Like, I don't know what's happening. Um, but yeah, the dumbing down really sucked. And I have I do have one friend in particular who he's a male Libra as well, shockingly. But yeah, he has a really great vocabulary and I think his greatest accomplishment because we like to do like ridiculous humor with each other. So we were coming up with different names for a vagina, and he came up with penis sheath, which I just thought was brilliant, and I still use to this day. Like, I'll be like, that whore, just, just flashing her penis sheath all around. It's it's audacious, I keep
I love
using
it.
audacious, but
I know, it's great.
yeah, so it's just, I don't know. Wordplay is just, I love wordplay. I love words. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like when people can communicate, it just makes things so much easier and better. Grandma saying nerds are awesome. Thank you, Grandma. I don't know. I don't think nerds have a flag, but if we did, I would probably have it on my channel somewhere. Um, do we have a flag? Lusa, you're
Yeah, I have no clue. I'm sure
okay,
it's
because
somewhere.
everybody has a flag. Like, everybody has a flag. I didn't know if we had a flag. We should have a flag. Like, what should our flag be? I don't want to say the most obvious, like, oh, just put a book on it. Even though
Yeah,
that
that would
would,
be definitely most obvious.
well, if we could put a book on it along with Game of Thrones, because I feel like bookworms like to kind of outdo each other sometimes. Like,
Oh,
we get
definitely. Yeah.
audacious and think we're so like, oh, well, I know this. Well, I know this. Well, I know this. Like, for instance, did you know that 99% of dolphins are bisexual?
Interesting. Wait, so we have
Actually, I think it's 98%, but either way, it's up there.
so we're presuming to assign a sexuality then to the dolphins.
I didn't. Like, take it up with the scientists. I'm just,
Some scientists that's right out
it's,
there decided to.
yeah, it's
Peer
just a
reviewed.
statistic. Yeah. Like, all the pronouns and all the things. Okay. Okay. I just, I don't, I learned a long time ago that, like, I have my own thoughts and thinks and
Yeah.
stuff, but just spewing it out into the world does nothing.
True, because what
Um,
happens is you could find 98% of things you say, like you said, spew out will be agreed upon, right? Maybe, but then you could even just be 1% is disagreed, and that's all it takes for someone to be like, no, 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 no. It's like I think I have this theory that the only emotion stronger than love is hate, and sometimes people gravitate towards that. I don't know if it's just
I'm
sort of
going to
trauma or
counter you with that.
okay. Sure.
I think the strongest emotion is indifference.
Interesting. Well, would you consider indifference though to be an emotion? Is it or is it the lack of emotion? The lack
It's
of emotional
definitely a
investment?
lack of, but
Mm,
it still takes some sort of effort to be that
sure. So maybe
completely indifferent.
maybe that's the most difficult state to attain is indifference.
Because I
I'm
actually
sure.
think it's easy to hate. Because I hate a lot of
Sure.
things. I'm going to be honest. I
Oh
hate a
no,
lot.
definitely, definitely easy to hate.
But to just truly not give a shit about something that you used to give a shit about, yeah, I think that's a little hard.
Oh, that's
I've
yeah,
done
much
it.
harder.
It is. Because the opposite of love is indifference, not hate. That is true.
And the
I've
thing is,
lived that.
yeah, and if you're carrying a strong emotion, whether it be love or hate, you're really you're really taking the easiest route in a way because well I guess it depends on how you define love too. That's a whole nother conversation, I suppose. But the emotion is itself sort of automated. I think to a certain extent we feel emotions in a manner that don't always um, we don't always initiate it consciously or cognitively. See what I'm saying? So if we feel anger, we feel love, or what we consider to be love, we're not doing so. We're not creating it, so to speak. We're reacting to it. We're reacting to that automated response. But indifference almost feels like a state in which you have to achieve something. You have to actually take an active response in, uh, maybe diminishing that hate, for example, to get to a point of indifference, and which
You know,
makes
I
it
have to be
most.
honest. When I like past relationships, when I got to the indifference part, it really wasn't something that I worked towards. It just happened. Like
Hmm,
over time, I literally just did not care. It didn't make a difference to me what that person was doing, who they were doing, just nothing. It just didn't matter, like, at all. And that's when I knew that I did not have any feeling for this person. If they died, I'd be like, oh, that's terrible. But other than that, I just, there was just nothing there.
that's interesting. So, do you think that can happen though to people? I mean, is that something that can be remedied, or even should be, or is that something that we just sort of accept?
I think it's a stage that you move into. I think it's just, well, and I think it's the permanent stage. I think you just get there where this person is so far removed from your life and anything about you that whatever memories you have will remain there, but nothing about your current life has anything to do with them.
Gotcha.
And so they just become irrelevant. You don't think about them, you don't really worry anything about them. It's an indifference of, I don't really know if they're okay or not. I don't really care. But
Hmm.
again, like if I heard the person passed away, I'd be like, oh, that's terrible.
Sure, it's like
But
the
it
agape love, yeah,
yeah,
where
but
it's just your love of your fellow
it's
man, but
over.
not an interpersonal relationship.
Right. It's done. So it's, yeah, the opposite of love is definitely indifference. Because with hate, you still feel something. You
Exactly.
feel a very strong emotion towards this person. You think about this person. You have active hatred. With indifference, that's not there. You don't think about that person like that. You don't worry about them. You don't really have anything to do with them.
Hmm. And I think as someone mentioned in the chat about both love and hate being a form of passion, even in hate, if it can be redirected or perhaps refined so that it can be, you know, direct more as a form of love. I don't know if that's even possible, but I'm sure it can with healing. It
Well,
depends on
there's
what kind.
always a saying that there's a thin line between love and hate. So, and
Exactly.
it's very true.
But
It's very true.
in a relationship with someone, can people develop indifference? And if so, why? Like if you're in the relationship with someone, right, and you're having to deal with them, you're not disconnected by time and distance, right? And you're no
The answer
longer.
to that is yes. Yes. Yes, you can become indifferent while still in the relationship. If you have a partner that's really neglectful of the relationship itself, is not present, yeah, you can absolutely just become indifferent to it. It just doesn't really matter. You do other things, you live another life. Um, I've seen that happen. It's happened to me. It's not a good feeling because it really feels like, it reminds me of a lyric from Bush. I love that band. If you don't, sorry, but I love Bush. But I always think of this line from them. I'm never alone, but I'm alone all the time. And that's what it feels like in a relationship that is you're together, but it's so disconnected. Um, you're alone essentially. You're not, but you are in many ways. So I've been through that, and that is probably the worst feeling because you can't you can't just go entertain yourself with someone else, or you would be
Yeah.
cheating.
Mhm.
But then you're not getting that from your partner, and it just leaves you feeling alone. Like, okay, what do I do now? Like, this is shit, basically. So yeah, no, you can become indifferent because that happened to me.
Mm. Yeah. I wonder. I wonder what one can do to repair that, though. It's like, how do you become non-indifferent? And once it's said, it's like,
Do you have
are
a
you starting
marriage
fresh?
that you're working on?
Do I? No. That's the thing. This is why
I'm
I think it's
very
the most fascinating for
curious
me.
about how to fix something. So
Well, I think what it is I have that inquisitive nature, but also, and I think I mentioned this previously, I'm very cautious and overanalyze, and I think for my personal experiences, because I don't, like I mentioned before, I don't have any children, I've never been married, so there's always though that fear that you get into a long term relationship, marriage, and then what used to be hot becomes cold, and then what was love becomes indifference. And that's like one of the biggest fears I've had, you know, at least when I was younger. I think as I
have you
got
ever been
older,
in a relationship?
what's that?
Have you ever been in a relationship?
Yeah, but just not. I've never been in what I would consider a serious long term relationship.
Out of fear.
Yeah, I think part of it is fear. Yeah, but part of it too is at
Here's what
least
I'll say about that is that I've definitely been in relationships, six total that I would consider long term because they were a year or more. My longest being 10 years, my shortest being 2. And I think that how you would combat not becoming indifferent to your partner while in the relationship is that you have to have a base attraction, physical and mental.
true.
And if you have those two things, um, there will probably be lulls in the relationship where it's kind of just like, oh, okay, going through the motions here. But they'll, I feel like if you have those two components, the highs will be much more than the lows. But I feel like a person has to also share your values. That's something that, dating from my teens to now, that I've learned that when someone doesn't have the same values as me, it causes really big issues. Values, like I'm not super religious. So if someone was very super religious or like a pastor or something of that nature, that's probably not going to be the person for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's funny. I would say that when I was younger, I kind of figured that out too. That I needed to find that compatibility, right? And in
But
retrospect,
it
now that I think
doesn't have to be perfect. You do have to understand that. You do always
true,
have to keep in mind that humans are naturally flawed, like all of them.
yeah, it's tough to find that balance. You're right, because that's where the
The
maybe
yin and the yang come
unrealistic
in.
expectation. Yeah, And here's
Yeah,
what,
like your partner is going to have flaws. Your partner is 100% going to have things that you just kind of don't like.
yeah,
And vice versa. You're going to do things that are probably going to annoy her. And but it depends on the level of the annoyance or the level of the, you know, it's like what you can tolerate. Like,
sure.
I don't know, you might, like, just for instance, do something weird when you brush your teeth and it becomes annoying, you know.
Yeah.
But it's not something that's like, oh my God, like I gotta get away from you and like I want to divorce you. It's just like, okay, he does this little annoying thing when he brushes his teeth. But quite frankly, if if he wasn't around, like I would probably miss that.
Yeah,
Even
that's a
though
good
it's
point.
annoying. Like it's like that. Like that's what you are gonna want to look for, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I feel like, and no, I sound suppressing, but I feel like now at my age, it's just, I think in retrospect, what you're saying is completely true. What I should have done is I should have taken the opportunity when I was younger to take a risk and find that compromise between
Why
those
didn't
who are,
you?
because I overthought, I overanalyzed. I was like, you know what, I need to have
I
someone
was
who,
just about to say, you are like I thought I was an overanalyzer. You definitely have me beat.
yeah, no, I get that a
Definitely,
lot.
yeah.
Well, I think also and to be quite frank, now that you have me thinking about this, I really can't say I've ever been in a serious relationship my entire life. Now I look back, um, I don't feel like, you know, dating that I had when I was much younger could ever constitute an actual relationship. I just never felt on the same page or wavelength with them. And the thing is, I decided to go into my career, my education elsewhere, and I was like, I'll just put that on hold. I'll do it later. But in retrospect, now that I'm older, I'm thinking I should have taken that risk, because I think when you get older, men and women become more um, set in their ways, right? And I think love and experiences of marriage and such are really for the young. Again, I'm generalizing, but it's for those who are malleable and willing to suffer through, and especially at that young age, those experiences, right? Those trials and
I
tribulations. But when you're
couldn't
older, it's so
disagree
different.
with you more.
Oh, really?
Yes. Marriage is 1000% not for the young. They have no idea what the hell they're doing. I
Yes,
was
true.
one of those people. Um, and a lot of people I know were those people. Everything ended in divorce. For sure, people my age, much more marriage material because we're so much wiser. Learning to pick and choose your battles, learning how to compromise with people and not flip out and do something drastic. You know, that takes a lot of people time. It took me time. Like I wasn't like a complete spaz or anything, but like there was just things that I would do in my 20s that I would not do now. Like I literally threw an ashtray at one of my exes in my 20s, like a glass one. And like thinking about that, I'm like, that like you were a psycho. Like now I would just never do something like that. So it's just I don't know.
Sure.
I believe the old saying that the youth is wasted on the youth because it is. Like if I could look like I did when I was 20, but know what I know now,
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
10. Yeah, so there's that. But
But you know what? I completely agree with you, and I guess what I was trying to express was that the youth, while you mentioned are flawed and immature, it's
we are
that
as
growth.
well. Humans are,
Yeah,
just in general.
sure. but I feel like that that's the best time to grow though together. When you're younger, more malleable, and you go through those experiences, and then you grow to become wise and mature together. But again, that's maybe a romantic uh, idealization of it.
It's yes.
Yeah. But the thing is, but the problem is,
Unfortunately, yes. Not to say that it doesn't happen or didn't happen. It does, but very romanticized thing. If you ask most people, that's just not going to be the case.
but then,
Uh,
so what happens then with someone who people over their it's over 40s, right? In their 40s, who just I don't know. It just feels like, not to get you down, it feels like it's pretty much done. It's over. There's a certain time period
oh no.
you gotta let
Oh,
go.
you're so wrong. Do you
Yeah,
know how many people, like famous people actually, that their lives didn't even start till 40?
in
Literally.
term love lives or like career or what?
Career, just their lives in general. I mean, oh no, don't think that way. That is absolutely not true.
Well, the thing is though,
It's far, far from over, I promise.
but for me, a lot of it was in terms of relationships, marriage. Maybe I'm just old school or traditional, but the only reason I'd ever want to be in a relationship or marriage would be to have children, and to be married. And it's just, yeah, once you're in your 40s, that's just not really feasible for most. I mean, I guess theoretically, marry someone
Well,
younger, but it's
I
just
would
that, you
suggest
know,
probably looking for someone maybe in their early 30s. Um, because yeah, I would say that that would be, if you want children, that would be the about the right age. They would be mature enough to be a good partner, hopefully, and then also childbearing age that they would want to do that.
yeah, but I don't know if, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I have to
What?
think about it. I mean, it sounds great, like this
It's
idea
not
that.
over. Don't think that way. Honestly, just don't.
No, I
It's
understand.
just, yeah, really don't. Like, you have a good background. It sounds like you sound really logical and level-headed to me. Like,
Well, that's not really a
yeah,
great
I don't.
attribute in love, though. People always like to date someone who's too logical. At least in my experience.
No,
I'm
there would be a
generalizing.
lot of people that would like to date people that are logical. Believe me, I think a lot more than you think. There's literally like 9 billion people in this world, and there are definitely people that would like to date someone that is logical. So yeah, because there's tons of irrational people that drive people insane. They drive us logical people insane.
That's true.
So you know, yeah. So yeah, don't think like that.
Yeah.
I don't know you. I don't know like your whole life or anything, but just chatting to you, I mean, you just sound like a person that would probably make a decent partner for someone, I would say.
Well, I mean, I suppose if there's compatibility, sure. I mean, but you know what? It's funny you mentioned that because I've seen a lot of friends, family get into relationship, marriage, and such, and
What's
it's
up,
always
Beth? Go ahead,
it,
sorry.
it's the idea that there's people who are like, oh, you make a great father, a great husband, or something. I don't know if people really look for that though, for in love. I mean, I know it sounds weird, but it seems like, I don't know. Maybe
That's
people are just like.
exactly what people look for. Exactly what people look for.
Well, they say they do, but I mean, in action, do we? look at the people. Well, okay, maybe this goes back to what you said. You have to look at someone, someone who's mature and older, because young people, especially, I mean, they're not going for people who are responsible and stuff. It's more of a physical attraction.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
yeah, you're right.
you do just have to have that base. Like, I feel like if you're not physically attracted to one another, it sounds really shallow and petty, but it kind of does matter. Like, there's a
Yeah,
chemistry.
I agree.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
but even if you're not like Brad Pitt, yeah, even if you're not that guy,
sure,
like, there's
sure.
still things that make people attractive. Like, I've seen really average looking guys that were hilarious, and they just they went from like a 6 to a 9, because they were
Yeah.
just funny as hell. Uh
You know what? Yeah.
um who's your favorite comedy person, man or woman?
Comedian? Shoot. Let me think. I don't know. Maybe
Chappelle.
nah. I would
Really?
say I kind of like. It's gonna sound weird. I kind of like Seinfeld or Larry David type of humor.
Oh
You guys
God,
go like
Larry David's my guy. Larry, Curb Your Enthusiasm is so great.
Heck yeah.
Dude, my favorite episode was the thank you for your service and the Michael J. Fox episode. Like, just pure brilliance. You can't, like, what are you gonna do with that? He's so ridiculous. Like, okay, we can talk about this. We can talk about this. I love that show. Do you like Game of Thrones?
I think I enjoyed it up until maybe the last season or two of the
Wow.
show.
You're not a diehard fan.
I'm not a diehard fan, no.
I have a whole shelf dedicated to Game of Thrones
Oh yeah,
right
did you
next to
start with the
my book.
books
I
before the
have the
show?
books. I have the
Nice.
books, but listen, okay. Okay. So I've read excerpts of the books, like a lot of them, but I just refuse, and I've almost done it so many times, but I refuse to read the books because I don't think George R. Martin is going to finish the damn series.
Probably
He
not. Probably
still
not.
has 2 more books. Like, Winds of Winter has been, like, I don't even know. It's been like 15 years or 12 years or just something insane. And then he has another book after that to finish the series. This guy's going to die. Like, he's overweight. He's pushing 80. What are
Yep.
you doing? So I don't want to, like, because the books are so damn good. Like, the excerpts that I've read are brilliant, and I'm like, dude, you can't do this to me. This is it's like a whole sex tease. It's like a whole thing. And then you get to the end and nobody's going anywhere. It's just done. That
Wow,
doesn't
he wrote
sound like a
himself into
good
a
time to
corner.
me.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible. I'd hate to be left open like that.
So are you waiting on Allie? So are you waiting? I'm sorry. I just see Allie laughing, and I know why she's laughing, so I'm laughing. But are you waiting until you get married to like consummate a
Oh,
marriage?
um, yeah, I'm pretty much. I've, um, yeah, I'm not a dater. I don't go out dating, so it's, yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I pretty much resign myself to possibly. I'm not sold. Like I said, I'm not so out of it where I'm completely, but I'm getting to where I'm I'm not really actively participating. We live in a culture where the men have to initiate, typically. And
Yeah.
so as long as I don't act, I'm not really I don't have to be concerned about, being um, pursued by women, so to speak. So I've basically become almost indifferent in a way, and so I don't really engage in dating anymore for a few years now. I've essentially just kind of moved on to other interests.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what?
I mean, it's depressing,
It's
I know,
making,
but
no,
but
it's not depressing. It makes me think of this woman, and it's actually funny to me. Funny like in a good way because she was like proud of it. So she was proud of it. Like I'm happy for her. But my aunt, she passed away in September. But she
mhm,
drove a school bus for 32 years, 33 years. But she worked with a woman. Her name was Agnes, and she was a school bus driver like her entire life, like from like her 20s, like until she died. She died in her 60s.
mm,
She never got married and she died a virgin. And she was very
interesting.
proud of that.
You mean
Yeah,
proud
but
of never
she
getting married,
never
or
had
just
like
having a
the,
virgin?
oh, I'm sorry,
Oh, do you mean proud that she had never gotten married, or just proud that she was stayed a virgin?
state a virgin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She was just very, very proud of that. Like she, I don't know, like she, like I laugh about it because she would like brag, like, she didn't have to deal with like any relationship drama or anything like that. And so everybody's going through all this bullshit. Like she's just like, yeah, like I don't have to deal with any of that. Like just go home to my
Mm.
cats and like I'm happy.
I,
So
I
you know,
wouldn't. That's not me, though. I'll be honest. I mean, I will admit, without giving too much away. Yeah, I tend to be more celibate in terms of I don't go out and have sex with people. So that's just my choice. I don't. I see sex as a far more intimate and sacred thing. So I don't like to just treat it like, oh, I'm just gonna have casual sex. Uh, but I do think that I'm definitely wouldn't see it as a form or something to brag about. Not neither nor to be ashamed of, but
well,
merely
I think I was a little over the top there.
gotcha,
Maybe not
gotcha.
brag about, but it was just something that
She
she
was open
was
about.
religious. She was religious, so
Yeah,
it meant something to her, you know.
sure. Yeah, and I
So
think
that's what
yeah,
I'm saying.
maybe that's where you probably share that, I suppose. But I'll be honest, as much as you know, like there are certainly some benefits. You're right. You're not involved in drama all the time. It's not uh, it's not great. It's not easy. It's not the easy, it's the hardest route to go. I'm going to be honest with you. It is far more tempting to just get into a relationship, and even if it's not compatible, if it's not 100%, it's
Well,
easier
why
just to
haven't you
get
done
in,
it? Why haven't you done it?
because I'm trying to allow my discernment and good better judgment to keep me from getting into a relationship that I think is
So
not
there's never been
functional.
anyone that you felt like you could be in a relationship with?
To be honest, um, no, not well. Okay, there there are a few people I've known in the past, but due to situations in life at the time, and this opens up a whole nother can of worms. But there are certain times in my life where I chose to put a priority on like education or my career. That's one of the biggest regrets I have looking back, because there were people I've
I
met
don't think
who were
you should
perfectly
regret
compatible.
that. I don't think
You
that's
don't
a
think so?
regret. Like you did what I wanted to do.
Yeah, but I lost out on opportunities.
Okay,
Well, I
well,
shouldn't even
I
say that.
gained a whole bunch of knowledge in the relationship area. So if you need to
Eh,
talk to someone, I shall be your expert while I get my degree because that is my goal for this year is to finally get my degree. So we kind of lived reverse of each other.
uh-huh. Yeah,
And
exactly.
I just don't think you should look down on yourself at all. I think it's fantastic that you did what you did.
But you can always get a degree, even if it's later in life. And and children are a blessing, and you'll have that. Like I don't have anyone.
Yeah.
If I die, it's going to be alone. So it's like if the idea,
Only if you resign yourself to that, and only if
yeah,
you believe that.
I'm
You
afraid though of compromising, or I'm afraid that those who would be with me now would just settle, and they're it's just people get to a certain age, a point in their life, and they settle, and I don't know. I hate the idea of just being the person someone settles with. I think the reason too is I've never felt I was built to be single, even though I've had it virtually my whole life.
well,
I
you're a
feel like I'm
Libra.
built
You're definitely not going to feel like that.
right.
Libra is the. I'm going to bring you back to the zodiac, but yeah, Libra is the main sign that does a lot better with a partnership. You
Oh, I
guys
feel that. Yeah,
are represented by the scales balance, and a partner will balance you. So when a Libra doesn't have a partner, they're just always kind of off balance a little.
mm,
I'm not saying like anything's wrong with you, but it just you're better with a partner. Whereas like
yeah,
a Virgo can be completely alone and they will be okay with that. Like they are
yeah.
actually good. Like they don't need that. But a Libra is just better that way. So
Mm,
yeah, I can understand why you feel the way that you do, but I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit. I really don't. I think getting your education is fantastic. I think it's wonderful. I think you did the right thing.
yeah,
Um,
thanks.
if you look for a wife or, a potential partner that's, I would say like, between 30, 35, that, is looking for children as well, or, whatever, that would
Yeah,
just be ideal for you, you know.
but at
Um,
the same time, let's say, but at the same time, I don't want to
Allie's
treat.
volunteering herself for you. So Allie's saying me. Actually, Al, we were just talking about you. Yep. Sorry, go ahead. Look, you
Oh,
already have admirers through
there we
I'm
go.
just
There
saying.
we go. Well,
Yeah.
I I I also, again, this is going back to the overanalyzer in me. I also don't want to treat women as just an avenue for my own fulfillment, because if you start my concern too is I don't want to start treating women like, okay, I just need to find someone who's going to fulfill my needs of having a marriage, having children, etc. That's another person. They might have their own wishes and desires. Again, maybe I'm just a naive romantic, but I'd rather just everything be off the premise of love, and that's just it's so naive. The reality is people, they get into a relationship with expectations and goals in mind. Like, is this person going to provide for me? Is this person going to give me X, Y, and Z? And
Yeah,
I keep
no,
fighting
I
that. I
don't
keep
think you
fighting that
should
in myself.
ever base it on what someone can give you materialistically. Again, it truly does go back to just base values. What's acceptable and not acceptable for you? Does your partner share those beliefs? Um, that it's so important. For
Yeah,
me, again, I've been through six different relationships, and that is what it comes down to. It doesn't have anything to do with money. It just, if you want to find a partner that is right for you, and then you can build your little castles in the sky, you have to have the base, and that's just your core values, your core beliefs. Like, you know, um, for like you are
yeah.
waiting until marriage and things like that. There are other people out there like that. They do exist. You exist. Other people like you exist.
Eh, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like an anomaly, though.
Well, I mean, it's different. I'm not going to say it's not,
Sure.
but it's not just like, oh my God, you're like some freak of nature or something. You know what I mean? Like there's definitely other people that feel that same way. Like that they don't want to share that with someone until they get married. Um, I'm not one of those people. I'm a very curious person, so I'm more of the belief of I need to know what's going on in that chemistry area as well, before I like commit to that.
Hmm.
So yeah, but different strokes for different folks. It's just not a judgment. It is what it is. Um, so, but yeah, you're not alone. Like there's definitely people out there like that feel that
Yeah.
same way.
Yeah, I suppose it's still possible. I mean, maybe I should try to be
I feel
more
like
open.
you've given up, and I don't do that. Like I just want to like
I hear you.
scream at you. Like no, you sound like a great guy. You really do.
Well, thank you.
And I think you're very interesting, and I think your education is great, and I've enjoyed talking to you, and I really think that there's definitely somebody out there for you, and you should not give up in any way or think that this is impossible. It's not.
True. Yeah, maybe I just have to take the risk and be okay if it doesn't. Not invest too much of myself. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
trying to find the
because
right amount of
the only
balance.
place that wisdom comes from is failure.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You have to
So
fail,
I've failed in
and it's
relationships, and I've gained wisdom from them. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm speaking from experience. And it's just it would be I think you're intelligent. I think you're very intelligent, and it would be
thank
very
you.
naive of you to give up on any kind of love or sort of just say, "Oh, this is not going to happen for me." That time has passed, and I wasted it. I don't think you wasted your time at all. I think you are most likely, I'm going to assume, in a position to be a good partner to someone, not just intellectually, which I think you will give in tenfold, but also financially, and just be a interesting, solid partner to someone. Um,
Yeah, yeah. Maybe as I get older, the maybe women look for different things, than when I was younger and more active in the dating field.
like I said, wisdom.
True, true. Yeah, it's a good point.
Like I can speak for my age group and say that a lot of women my age have been through all kinds of things with males. And so you get to this point where you want peace. you want you
Just
want someone that is capable of an actual conversation, um and then a physical attraction, and it's really not a lot to ask for. Like
mhm,
men are from Mars, women are from Venus. I believe that to
yeah,
be very true.
yeah.
But there is a common ground because everything, I always say this, but everything is always nuanced. People are not black and white. You can't put everything in a box. It doesn't all fit there. Um, yeah, see, like whenever you find your person, just know that they definitely are going to have flaws, and
Yeah.
don't be too critical or too over analyzing of that. Because
It's
if
funny. I
they're,
always
go ahead.
no, I was I always, I guess, in my mind's eye, I imagine I would be the most open and tolerant in the relationship, and the worry is that maybe I wouldn't meet up to expectations, or maybe I don't know. Maybe this is something that men have, but the notion of falling in love, the notion of adoring a woman, it's very easy. I think this holds true for a lot of men. But the idea, the very concept of a woman adoring you seems incomprehensible. Does that make sense? Like this notion that I can love someone seems very easy. The notion that I can be forgiving and everything, that seems
Um,
rational. But not the
I
other way
have
around. It's hard to define it.
I have definitely loved very hard. Um, so and then I have been with people that I literally couldn't stand.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. But no, I have loved extremely deeply. Uh, one of those people has passed away. So it just, but yeah, I have loved people very, very deeply.
But did that develop into it? Like, did it start hot and you had deep love, but then it grew colder?
It started with him pursuing me and me
Mhm.
not trying to do that. But there was an attraction, and yeah, that attraction grew quickly and developed into a very serious love. And
Interesting.
just yeah.
Yeah, I have a tendency to. I know it sounds weird for all my analytical nature and talk. I tend to be very emotional and to love very, very deeply. You know, whether it be with
Yeah, I think
family,
you're like
pets.
afraid to be hurt, which
Yeah,
is
probably.
is, is normal. It's normal.
I've seen it. I've seen it happen with other
It's
people. You know,
yeah,
and
it's
you see it. Yeah, and when you see people who have been hurt, and it happens so often. It's like I want to go through that. I don't know if I want to go through that roller coaster. It's tough. And then you look at the
well,
statistics, and again, very. I
well,
always
this is
look at
why
statistics.
I'm not a marriage person. Like I've done it and I didn't like it. And it didn't end terribly, but
Oh,
it
really?
ended. And I don't know. There's something about marriage that turns me off.
Interesting. What you mean? So, like, you're okay with like a serious long-term relationship so long as it doesn't reach that pinnacle of marriage or that condition of marriage or institution of marriage?
Yeah, I don't feel it's needed. Like in the
Mm,
50s, it was needed for a woman. It was needed. Women couldn't get bank accounts without their husband's signature, and things like that. And this isn't a feminist thing. It is just a personal thing,
sure.
because the person that I chose to marry, I didn't want to do it in haste. So we were together for 2 years, and he proposed, and I said, no, we should just wait. We should just wait a little longer. So we waited 5 years,
Wow.
and 5 years after that.
Wow. 7
And
years. Yeah.
yeah, so like seven really total, but 5 years after that.
That's a long
And
time. Yeah.
yeah, and then I was like, okay, I really know this person. I'm ready. And the marriage didn't last a year, and we were broke up.
Wow. Why
I
is
know.
that?
I don't
Like,
know.
what changes between the marriage and the pre-marriage relationship?
You know, um, I know exactly what it was for him and I. He began to drink alcohol again, which was not a good thing for him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but
Did that have to do with the marriage or something else completely?
well, one thing that I did notice that really was weird to me was I was really excited to get married. I was really excited. I was really
Hmm.
happy. He was really happy. And so we got married, and a couple days in, I looked at him and I was like, I can call you my husband. you know, and he was like, "You're my wife." And we were all like giddy
Yeah.
about it. And we were just all like, just all excited about that. But then something hit me and I was like, this is it. Like I've reached a plateau. Like
Hmm.
there's nowhere else to go from here. Like we've did all the things. And so it just kind of, I don't know, like I didn't step outside the marriage. That's not what I'm saying, but I did have that thought. It wasn't the reason for the break of the marriage, but I did have that thought. And I don't know, like I was in a 10-year relationship and I just didn't feel like it was necessary. We
You mean the
lived together.
relationship or the person? Or the nature, like the marriage wasn't necessary, or the person wasn't necessary to be around?
Like marriage. I didn't feel like marriage was necessary. Do you feel it's necessary? And if you do, why?
Well, I can only speak from a position of ignorance. I've never been married, but the notion I have of marriage, or of even a relationship in general, to me, and this is getting personal, is that my entire life and existence, my very being, my reason for being is to be with someone from for my entire life, to have a family, Without that, I pretty much feel that I'm just waiting, I'm just existing, maybe as a cog in the wheel of society, but I'm essentially just waiting to pass, waiting, we're just going through life. To me, it's just the idea of marriage is merely a contract, a sort of union, right? Almost well, I don't see marriage from a legal stance. Maybe I should preface that. I don't see marriage as legal. I mean, there are legal aspects to it. But when I speak of marriage, I'm speaking of marriage from a more spiritual level, from one where
Are you Mormon?
I am not. No.
Oh, wait.
uh, I have known some Mormons, but no, I'm not Mormon. But I see marriage more as a personal spiritual union of two people. So, like, for example, you mentioned like before marriage, you're in a long-term relationship, and then you get married, and it changes. To me, and again, this might be my naivety, but I just see marriage as the only thing. Like there really isn't a pre-marriage. I mean, there's the courtship, right, to get to marriage, but the relationship itself is the marriage, if that makes sense. It's like once you've created a union and you have intercourse to have children, that is the marriage, regardless of whether there's a legal contract involved. The marriage between two
No,
people, to me,
I
is
agree.
that union.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
but
agree.
the thing is, I don't know how many people really share that. I guess there is, but you have to find it. It's in particular circles, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess my only issue with that, which is kind of a big issue, but it's like, what if you get it wrong?
Yeah,
Like, what if you think that you have found the person, right? And you get
hmm
married, and you consummate the marriage, you have children, and you just look at this person like you're not my person. Um,
hmm.
that's a problem. Like, do you just kind of suffer through it? Do you divorce? That's why I don't regret the relationships, even the really bad ones. There's a couple bad ones. I
Sure.
don't regret them because I learned things from each of them, good and bad. And it just, I don't know, like it shaped my thinking, my logic with relationships, stuff like that. And I feel ultimately that I am better for it, even though there were some really traumatic things in
Hmm.
some of those relationships. So I don't know. I I guess what I want to say to you is that I don't want you to have this ideal person in your mind. And if
Sure.
she doesn't live up to every single one of those expectations, that you think it's a failure, just know that, because I feel like you're looking for the perfect thing. And just know that doesn't exist. There's give and take with stuff.
I'd like to believe that I'm cognizant, more, I'm aware enough to understand that a woman is not going to be everything that you imagine, or or to at the very least um, keep reasonable expectations, right? I don't think I expect too much. I suppose the only thing that I would really truly expect would be maybe some very basic core values, right? And this is where it goes back to, like, in terms of how you view marriage, how you view raising children, etc. Like some of those basic,
Yeah.
what I would consider basic, anyways, um, principles. If as long as those are established and agreed upon, I I don't think of myself as being like, well, now I'm annoyed by this person's, you know, uh, behavior, the way she does this other tick or something. I also am of the mindset that we don't we don't have a one, if that makes sense. There's not one person who is only compatible with us, or we have a soulmate. I think we are capable of falling in love with and being with a number of different people if we together with that person uh, grow and choose to build a life together. And I think some people maybe think they need to find the one, right? That soulmate. But maybe I'm just a little more practical. So I'd like to think I'm malleable enough, and reason and am willing to.
Are you polyamorous?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
But I do agree with what you're saying, and I feel like I'm living proof of that because I have loved more than one person in my lifetime.
Gotcha.
And so, and what I've come to see is that different people in my life bring different things. Like my best friends adds a value to my life that no one else can. Significant other, same thing, or my children, same thing, or those types of things. Like people, they just bring different things, and you value them for those things. It's everyone sort of plays a part, you know what I mean, in your life, and it's really not just one person. And I kind of think that's actually unhealthy if you just had like one person in your life. Um, friends are good. Friends are good to have.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoot, know what I'd get by without friends for sure. Especially when Although I wonder if being in a relationship, especially a marriage, children, if that can impede friendships. If you ever feel like you're torn between your spouse and friends in terms of time and attention and such.
Yeah, that can happen.
And that's one thing I've actually that's another topic actually that I've even considered. It's like, um, is it? I know there are some women, and give me your opinion, of course, but the men, when they get married, the wife may not want them to have close female friends. Once they're married. I don't know if you've ever encountered that or had any opinions on it.
Yeah. Um, it just, I don't know. It would really depend on the person, the situation, all of those. I think, again, there's just nuance to everything. So, um, you don't want like a runaway bride type movie deal. Um, you know,
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, if
Mm.
you have a gay female best friend who has a wife, I don't see why you can't be friends with that person.
Because
Uh,
the lack of possible sexual attraction by
yeah,
them being
because
gay.
you just don't. Yeah, like, I
So
mean,
you recognize the concern though about someone
yeah,
of another sexual attraction, the opposite sex.
of course.
Yeah, and that's one thing I think for me personally. I I know it's hard to say, but I think the marriage, the wife, the spouse is the most important thing. And again, I'm speaking completely naively and ignorantly as one who has not lived it. So I probably sound completely stupid. But I just feel like the most important, like if you when you're in a relationship with a spouse and you have children, I think the most important, first and foremost, is the spouse. Even I know this is going to sound weird to some, so forgive me, but even above the children, only in the sense that prioritizing the spouse should help facilitate your care of the children, not in such a way where like you put the your spouse over the children to their detriment, if that makes sense. What I mean is, the
I know
relationship with a
exactly what
spouse.
you're saying.
Okay.
Um, my my oldest child's father's mother, if you can follow that, um, told me one day, I was like 17, and she was like, always put your significant other first before your children. And I thought she was crazy for saying that. And she explained to me, she was like, your children will grow up and they will move out and they will start lives of their own. And this is the person that you will be with. And I still thought she was crazy. But as I got older, I understood that more of that's true. Because my kids have gotten older, so it
Yeah.
just it's very true. I understand what you mean by this is going to sound awkward or off, because my kids are my love of my like whole heart,
Of course.
but the person that you are going to live with day to day when they are grown is going to be your significant other.
Yeah. And also for me, the rationale is again the benefit of the children as well. It's that s- um, having that safe and positive relationship as a parental roles to for the children to be able to see as well. So it's not
And to
just
come
simply
back
self-serving.
to come
Exactly.
home to visit, bring their potential spouses to the family home and meet everyone. Those kinds of things are important.
Yeah. And
So
it's not meant to, of course, enable abusive or
do
dysfunctional
you go to
behaviors. Of
church?
course. Yeah.
Do you
Do
go to
I?
church?
Uh, yeah. Well, what? Yes.
So there's no one at church that has caught your eye, or
That's you have a very good point, and it goes back to my analytical temperament. I or overanalyzer. I tend to shy away from using houses of worship as a place to. I know it sounds so stupid, but because it's so common. But I just okay. Now maybe I'll also give story background to this, but I don't like looking at people while in religious uh, areas, houses of worship, because I've seen in the past where it just became a pool of dating, and I didn't like that, or the way that it became just people eh, uh, sleeping around and stuff. I didn't like that sort of subculture that can take place, in some places. So
in the church, people are sleeping
yes,
around?
oh yes, very common. Yeah,
Really?
it definitely. Definitely happens.
What?
People often will look for
We're spilling
relationships
tea now.
but but maybe because I didn't want to disrespect, the institution, I didn't want to use it as a platform for, dating or hooking up.
Well, I would
But yeah,
just, that the people that go to church with you would share your same values. So,
sure, it would. Yeah, no, I know it totally would. And I think that's a very normal, reasonable approach. The thing is, I don't
but
okay,
they
because
don't if everyone's sleeping around. Did you? Oh my God. Okay, so can we just talk about true crime, even though I don't really
sure.
think this is a crime? I think it's just kind of funny. I was actually going to do a live stream on it, but this, okay, so this female cop is in an open marriage and she was sleeping with like 5 different officers.
Oh, I think I heard about that.
Yeah, in her department. But the thing is that the guys were all married too.
Hmm.
And it was the one guy that got really jealous. He was married and he still got jealous and told on all of them. And like, I guess there's like all these memes. Like, I haven't seen the memes going around. I just read about the story and watched the videos and stuff. But I guess there was all these memes like going around about her, that she was like, I guess, like a whore or whatever. But they all did the same thing. Like, I think what's fair is fair, correct? So it's just, I really didn't care for that. Like, it was, I they were all terminated on reasonable grounds because you cannot have love affairs in the workplace.
Sure.
It will eventually. I've seen it happen.
Yep.
I've seen it happen. People break up and it becomes a hostile working environment. It just
Yep.
does. They don't like each other. People pick sides. There's a whole thing. So they knew better. They did it anyway. They were all fired reasonably, but I just think the persecution of her and not all of them as a whole is wrong, inherently wrong, because they all did the same thing. So why is one different than the other? And they were all aware. Like, the other male cops were aware that the she was sleeping with the other male cops.
So they were aware of it and they just didn't say anything.
Yeah, they were just like, okay, cool. I would like to get a BJ as well.
Oh, sorry, they were getting involved in it
Right
then.
after we get off, like behind the building, meet
Oh
you there.
shoot!
That's what they were doing. I mean, it was kind
Wow,
of like they were like penciling it in. It was like part of the
that's
paperwork.
crazy. Yeah, I don't know what's. I can't relate to that, but
I can't
I,
either, but it's hilarious on like the worst level. This is our law
yeah.
enforcement. We have this going on, like just giant sexcapades at a department. Then we have another Memphis police department that are literally beating people to death. Um, did you see that?
I think I heard about it. There was
Awful.
a man who was beaten by. Uh, where was it? Was it the Memphis
Memphis
police? You said.
police department, yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't. I heard about it, but I did not see the video though. I heard it was pretty
The
brutal.
video is horrendous. It's horrendous. Uh I was 3 minutes in and I just had to I stopped it. I just had to stop it.
Wow.
Um it's by far the worst police brutality video that I've witnessed. It was absolutely brutal. Um
Mm.
this man was kicked in the head with, you know these big officers with police boots on,
Mm.
kicking him like just square in his head. And then they were holding him up, his hands behind his back, 2 officers holding him up like a puppet. And this other officer was striking him, just haymakers, just striking him in the face. He struck him 5 times that I counted. And on the 5th strike, his legs just gave completely out. But he was gone well before that 5th strike.
Oh, wow.
I really felt like I was watching a movie, like it wasn't real. I'm not saying it wasn't real. It was definitely real, but it was so surreal
Yeah.
that it didn't feel real. And it just it was like a literal like training day.
It makes you wonder, though, how often does that happen and we don't see, or if at all? Maybe this
Oh,
is a rare
yes.
occurrence. You know?
Yes.
It,
It was
yeah,
astounding. It really was astounding. Um, I
I mean
don't
the most.
know. Go ahead. I'm
No, I
sorry.
was just say that it seems like the most obvious issue here would just be their inability to control their anger. It sounded like the guy, if I remember reading, you could correct me if I'm wrong. They were pursuing him, I think, or he was trying to run from the cops or something, and so they just let out their
No,
anger on him. Was there
you
more to it?
should watch at least the beginning of it before they literally beat him to death. But they pull up on him, and it was really insane. Like they pull up, they box him in with 3 cars. But the car that pulls up next to his car is an unmarked car. And then they have a cruiser in front and a cruiser in back. They claimed that he was driving the wrong way. He wasn't. And then they also claimed that he was just driving too fast. He wasn't. But they pulled him over, and from the moment that they got out of their vehicles, some of them just in plain clothing, they didn't just like knock on his window and he rolls down his window like yes sir, and it escalated. No, they ripped open his door, pulled him out of the car, and were screaming at him, get on the ground, mf'er. There's tons of explicits. He's on the ground and he looks back at them and he's like stop. And what he said, I'll quote him, you guys are really doing a lot right now. After they beat him, kicking him in the head, I think 3 times, striking him in the head 5 times, pepper spraying him 3 times, teasing him, I'm not sure, but it was more than once. After that, he couldn't even speak. He was mumbling. And they were telling the paramedics, he's high. He's high as a kite. He's high as a kite. The backup officer, when he gets there, you hear him towards the end of the video, and he like goes and looks in his car and he says, there's nothing in here. And one of the 5 officers says, oh, he must have threw it. They were claiming he was on PCP. There was an autopsy done. There was no drugs in his system, illegal or prescribed. And you can clearly see in this video, this man was coherent. He was lucid. He knew what he was saying. He wasn't intoxicated in any way. He was very calm. And they were just screaming at him and throwing him on the ground. The chief of police for Memphis said they had no probable cause to even pull him over. It's staggering that this person was literally killed for no reason. No reason.
So
When there's a part of the video after they've beat him and done all of these things, and they're continuing, where he just yells out, "Mom!" That's when my heart just sank. And it was just a gut punch. Like, oh my God. He was in the neighborhood that he lived in. He was going home. He said that to them. I'm just going home. That's what he was doing. He was beat to death on the corner of a street. And it's the street cam along with the body footage that shows all of it. And it's horrendous. Good night, Grandma. Good night. Thank you. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to read up them more on it because I know it got attention, but I never
There's a
actually
lot of
looked
things
up.
with police officers that could definitely use reform, change.
Is it,
Um,
do you think that's
you have to understand the nature of their field.
sure?
Because the first thing that I wanted to take and did take in college, I didn't get my degree for it, but was criminal justice. But every day, a police officer is going out into the world. They are going to unknown locations, interacting with people in stressful situations, no matter what that may be. Some of them high stress, some of them lower stress, but they're always reactive. They're not proactive. That's the nature of their job, and so tons of them have PTSD. I have PTSD as well, so I know what it entails, and dealing with that with high tense situations is a recipe for some sort of disaster. Along with studies that have long been done, where they've identified there's 5 different types of personalities that want to become or pursue um, a law enforcement career. I cannot rattle them off the top of my head at this moment. But one of them is the Boy Scout. That one always sticks out to me. And there's 4 other ones, but yeah, yeah. So, but there's reasons, and they're not all good reasons. Some of them
Sure.
are power hungry.
Oh,
Um,
definitely. Yeah.
yeah. So there can be tests given to determine a personality profile.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
how? Yeah, but how succinct can those tests truly be in defining a person's capability beyond just maybe the most extreme? You know, if someone is truly of a mindset psychologically to not be able to handle the job, sure, but do you think those men who committed this, what sounds like murder at this point, or possible murder, do you think they do you think if they were to have had or to look back on their psychological reports that there would be anything really of that would stand out? Would it be clear? Do you think? Could this have
Um,
been preventable from that?
well, first of all, it was a murder. He did die. Um, and then after that, yes, because there have been other individuals that have come forward, saying that various of the 5 main officers that also beat them, kicked them, punched them, did all of these things. And if we could give a test of sorts, and I think this, if we aren't able to identify these people, then what is the point of psychology,
Mm.
criminal profiling, all of that stuff? What is the point of it if we can't even identify what would make a good officer or what wouldn't? And it's an incredible power because police officers have, I always talk about this because it's so important, but they are the single most powerful individual in the country. And that sounds
Hmm.
crazy, but they are. Because
Hmm.
when they stop you or pull you over or whatever, in those moments, there is no judge, there's no jury, there's no audience, there's no nothing.
True.
Or maybe a body cam. But they instantly become all of those things. They decide then and there if you are going to be arrested, if you are going to go to jail, all of those sorts of things. So it's an incredible power, really. And absolute power absolutely corrupts. So you really have to find people that are not power hungry. I know that sounds simple, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I, it sounds great, but I don't know if we can. I don't know if we're yet at a point where we can truly see a person so well as to say, okay, this person will never, you know, go off the deep end, or will never make a rash decision, or you know what I'm saying. I do think to a certain extent we do have some great tools available to us in terms of psychology and sociology. I think for me personally, I probably would say that one of the most important things to have is a check and balance system in place and accountability. You know, so
Well,
you
I
have.
just tweeted a couple days ago that I think police officers should have an annual testing, sort of a mandatory therapy talk session to just assess where they're at. And if they're struggling, they need some time off. I feel like they should be allotted that. I do not think they should be in fear of their job because, again, it is a high stress job. It is. Um,
Yeah, I think it has one of the highest suicide rates of any
yeah,
occupation.
yeah. So, with things like that, maybe they wouldn't be so hesitant to say, hey, something's not right. I don't feel right, or I'm not okay. I don't think they should be in fear of losing their jobs. I think they should be given that time off. I think they should be given allotted the time to repair their mental health because physical health is not the only thing that matters. Both do.
I find it so. I think one of the biggest issues with this situation is that there were so many cops involved in it. You know,
Uh,
if there was just one who started like punching, like just anger got a hold of him, he just started punching. Yeah, the others could stop him. You know what I mean? Keep control of the situation. But it seemed like no one got control of the situation. You
no,
know,
and by the end of it, there was like, it was like swarming with police. There was like 20 plus police there just
even
walking
after.
all around. EMTs, that really was just, I couldn't believe that.
Wait,
Like the EMT,
when he was hitting him, when they were actually hitting him,
no,
there
after
was.
they beat him, the EMTs got there. They sat him up in a sitting position and they slid him back with his back up against one of the patrol cars. And he's
Mhm.
just sitting there with his hands behind his back. Like this person was literally dying. And the
Oh, he hadn't
EMTs
got
get
it.
there and they do nothing. You see them clearly in the video, and they're just standing there with their EMT bags, and they're just literally looking at him. They don't touch him. He ends up falling over, and he's like withering in pain, and they do nothing. There were 3 EMTs that were fired, rightfully so. I've seen a lot of EMTs online, paramedics that were just, they were mad. They were like, what the hell is that? Like, that's not what we do. Like, why did they just stand there? They felt like they
Well,
made their profession look bad.
well, why did they stand there?
I
there
don't
any
know.
explanation given? See, that's what we need to know.
Yeah.
We need to know, were they coerced into standing there? Was it part of the climate, like they were told not to inject or something? Because
I got the sense that there was some sense of fear. Like one of the 5 officers, and by the way, I think we're up to 7 or 8 now that have been let go. And there should be
Wow.
more. There should be more. As many officers that walked by him and did not check on him and did nothing. And the EMT standing there, while one of the EMTs was standing there looking at him, just literally looking at him, not touching him at all. You have one of the officers saying, he's high as a kite. He's high as a kite. So they're putting this narrative. You see their body cams. This is prior to the EMTs getting there. And they literally start making up a story. Oh, yeah, he grabbed for my gun. He grabbed for my gun too. And da da. He didn't grab for anyone's gun. He didn't grab their guns. He didn't do any of that. There was none of that.
Who are they saying that to?
Huh?
They were saying that what, to the paramedics, to other people, to each other, to kind of
To each
convince
other.
themselves, or
Yep.
yeah, that's such a to me that
It's
should be more
brazen.
concerned when there's that many people. If it was just one person, you can just say, oh well, that person went off deep end, right? But when there's so many people who are soon to be implicated in this and are being fired and go, that to me that's almost like a red flag. Like what else is going on here? There needs to be some answers, because
Well,
it almost
they
is like they're
call
just cleaning house
themselves
now.
the Scorpion Division, which
Hmm.
if you watch this video, you really feel like you're looking at gang members. Like just the way they're operating, holding him up, kick him in the head. I mean, just crazy physical violence. They literally beat him to death. He didn't die that night, but I think he spent 3 days in the hospital.
Oh,
Don't quote me on that.
gotcha.
Yeah, like in a coma before he actually died.
Oh, I see. So, yeah, it does sound like a very it's very tribalistic. They create their little units,
Yeah,
allegiances. Yeah, and that's very
tribalism is just jeez.
well.
Like,
That's
do
yeah.
you really
That's
want to go down this rabbit hole with me? Because we'll be here another 5 hours.
let's do it. Yeah.
No, I can't. I really can't. It's 4:20. It's probably a good time to end the live stream. I shouldn't eat right now, but I'm starving, so I'm probably going to eat and go to sleep.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Well,
We
thank you
we
for having
just
me. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you. I feel like we had a great conversation. Should definitely call back in whenever I go live again.
All right, I'll subscribe. We'll try to keep an eye out. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you. All right. Bye.